Chapter 84. There were people dying every day. Some people just died silently, but some people's deaths would cause a huge sensation. Xiao Hu's death was like a huge rock being thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. The entire cultivation world was in turmoil. The Qingsong Taoist had already stepped into the nascent soul stage and achieved his nascent soul true body. No one dared to challenge his prestige. Xiao Hu was a famous genius disciple of the Qingsong school, but he died in the school, which was founded by the Qingsong Taoist. This was a great humiliation, not to mention that the day was the celebration of the Qingsong Taoist becoming a nascent soul venerable. Now, the day of the Qingsong Taoist celebration became the death anniversary of his disciple. One could imagine how angry the Qingsong Taoist was. Investigate it. If you can't find out, then there's no need for you to live, the Qingsong Taoist said angrily to the group of grey disciples of the school. The grey disciples all knelt on the ground and trembled. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They saw the legendary nascent soul venerable ancestor. This should be something to brag about, but no one felt excited. The terrifying pressure of a nascent soul venerable ancestor's anger terrified everyone. If it wasn't for the Qingsong Taoist restraining himself, these people's hearts and veins would have been shattered and they would have been buried with him. No one pitied these grey disciples. Their lives were worthless. Even if the Qingsong Taoist killed all the grey disciples of the school, every self-cultivator would take it for granted. After all, Xiao Hu's life was lost in the school. His life was more precious than many people in the cultivation world, let alone these grey disciples. The grey disciples present didn't know what happened. They didn't know why Xiao Hu came to the school on the day of the celebration. They also didn't know why Xiao Hu died naked on his bed. They also didn't know why Xiao Hu's heart was missing. They only knew that on the second day, a grey disciple who was cleaning the room pushed open the door and saw bright red blood staining a naked youth. Even the white bedsheets were dyed red. It was so shocking that it almost scared the grey disciple out of his wit. There were 5 deep claw marks on little Tiger's neck, which had cut through the blood vessels in his throat. Fresh blood spurted out and splattered on the ground, which had already solidified. There was a hole in his chest that was clearly visible. His beating heart had already disappeared. By the time the Qingsong Taoist got the news and rushed over, it was already noon. The blazing sun was roasting the earth, but the academy was shrouded in a layer of bone-chilling frost. All the cultivators who spent the night in the academy felt as if they had fallen into winter. Master, junior martial brother seems to have been attacked by a demonic beast. The claw marks and the method of grabbing his heart seem to be the work of a demonic beast. However, I have asked around and there are no traces of demonic beasts in Qingshu City. Demonic beasts do not have intelligence and it is impossible for it to appear in the academy. It is even more impossible for it to bypass so many people and go straight to Little Tiger's room. Bai Liang's face was tense as he carefully examined the corpse. His heart was heavy. If it's not a demon beast, then it's a cultivator. Why did Xiao Hu show up at the academy yesterday? Qingsong Taoist asked coldly. No one knew. Perhaps only Deacon Liu knew the reason for Xiao Hu's appearance here. However, Deacon Liu was already scared out of his wits. His corpse was found in his room with a rope around his neck, hanging from the beam. He had already committed suicide to escape punishment. Master, junior martial brother is bold and unrestrained. Looking at the traces on his corpse, I am afraid that he had sex with someone last night. Bai Liang whispered. What about the person who had sex with him? Qingsong Taoist asked again. Bai Liang shook his head because no one knew where the person who had sex with Little Tiger went. This matter was only known by some grey disciples. However, those grey disciples were too scared to speak in front of the Qingsong Taoist. If they wanted to find out the truth, they could not interrogate them in front of the Qingsong Taoist. The 3 girls were taken away by Mu Yu. Mu Yu sent them out of the city and told them that they could not return home or go to the academy. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Mu Yu could not leave them there because he knew that if they were in the academy, they would most likely accompany Xiao Hu on the road to the netherworld. Master, you said that with your current cultivation level, No one would dare to do anything to us. Only the Johua school would dare to go against us. I just found out that the Johua Taoist master was resting in the academy last night. However, he left early in the morning. What do you think? The Johua Taoist master, Chingsong Taoist, was furious. The Johua school had reached the point where it could compete with the Chingsong school. In the whole world, only they would dare to do such a thing. However, Chingsong Taoist did not let anger get to his head. He did not have any evidence. It would be ridiculous if he rushed to someone else's mountain gate to denounce them. So many people stayed in the academy last night. He could not rule out the possibility that some sects were angry at Little Tiger because their sects were about to be destroyed. No matter who it is, I need evidence. Then I will personally make them understand that they will pay 10 times the price for killing my disciple. Chingsong Taoist's cold voice resounded in the academy. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at the Chingsong Taoist. Mu Yu had already left the academy. He tried to find out who the black shadow that killed Little Tiger was last night. Unfortunately, the black shadow was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow killed everyone and retreated without any hesitation. Mu Yu was now at the foot of the Johua School mountain. He did not go up the mountain because he was in trouble. The Johua School's mountain peak towered into the clouds. The bottom of the mountain was made of rocks, while the top of the mountain was covered with lush trees. However, Mu Yu could not get close to the Johua mountain because it was protected by a powerful force. It was a nascent soul stage protective array. Without permission, one could not enter. The Johua School was really smart to set up such an array. Chingsong School also had an array. However, the Chingsong School's mountain was useless against Mu Yu, who could blend into the trees. On the other hand, the Johua School's mountain blocked Mu Yu's path up the mountain. Not being able to go up the mountain meant that he could not confirm whether the perfected Johua had Tian Rant's support or whether his master was in the Johua School. He was very distressed. He circled the foot of the mountain for half a day and tried all kinds of methods. However, he still could not get close to the mountain. In the end, he could only give up helplessly. When Mu Yu returned to the academy, it was already heavily guarded by the Chingsong School's disciples. Because of Little Tiger's death, the entire Qingshou city was shrouded in a thick layer of haze. Even the mortals did not dare to make any noise. At this time, self-cultivators were not allowed to enter the city directly. Everyone had to register. Is there a need to be so troublesome? He originally planned to rest at the academy for one night and rush back the next day. However, when he entered the academy, he was interrogated by the Chingsong School's disciples, which made him very upset. The Chingsong School's disciples did not have a good attitude. When they found out that Mu Yu was from the Luochen sect, their eyes became even more unfriendly. Then, they arrogantly pointed their fingers at him. Luochen sect. Me. After the patriarch achieves the nascent soul, he can finally clean up those trashy sects. How can a sect with less than 10 people be called a sect? This kind of sect should be given to the Johua School. If it joins our Chingsong School, I will feel ashamed. A Chingsong School's disciple said disdainfully. Haha. The Luochen sect defeated your Chingsong School in the competition. If your Chingsong School doesn't want it, why would our Johua School want it? At this moment, a few people behind Mu Yu sneered. Mu Yu turned around and looked at the 4 people. They were all wearing the Johua School's uniform. The leader was Tu Panshan. Mu Yu had seen him during the competition. He was one of the main forces of the Johua School. How dare you Johua School come to the school? The leader of the Chingsong School's disciples was Sun Yin. They were also certain that Xiaohu's death was related to the Johua School. When they saw that Tu Panshan of the Johua School still dared to bring 3 people to the school, they became angry. Why can't we come to the school? Although the school was built by your sect, our Johua School paid the same amount for its maintenance. We can come if we want to. What can you do about it? Tu Panshan sneered. He also knew that Xiaohu's death had spread throughout the cultivation world in a day. It was such an uproar that he was aware of it. However, now that perfected Johua was also in the nascent soul stage, Their Zhohua school was not inferior to the Qingsong school. Therefore, they had nothing to fear. Cut the crap. No matter who you are, you have to obediently accept your registration today. Where are you from? What sect are you from? Your name, gender, and the magical weapon you are using. You can only enter after you write everything down here. The Qingsong school's disciple guarding the school's entrance slapped the paper on the table. Tu Panshan was immediately unhappy. You Qingsong school are used to being domineering. Do you really think that you are invincible? How dare you block our Zhohua school's way? Zhohua school? Why wouldn't we dare? Zhohua school can't get away with Xiaohu's death. You better behave yourselves. Sun Yin sneered. The Qingsong school and Zhohua school had been secretly fighting for a long time. Both of them had nascent soul cultivators backing them up, so they were never afraid. How dare you blame us for Xiaohu's death? How dare you? Tu Panshan said angrily. Mu Yu was too lazy to pay attention to the dogfight between the two sects' disciples. No matter who won or lost, it had nothing to do with him. He turned around and walked directly to the school's entrance. Stop. Sun Yin stretched out his arm to stop Mu Yu. Low-tier sects like the Falling Dust sect are not allowed to enter the school. When was this rule set? Mu Yu had accumulated a lot of anger when he was ordered around to fill in the messy information. Now that he was not allowed to enter after filling in the information, even a normal person would get angry, let alone Mu Yu. Sun Yin looked at him with contempt and said, I set the rule. If I say you can't enter, then you can't enter. A trash sect disciple like you doesn't deserve to enter the school. If you lose to a trash sect disciple in a competition, then what does Qingsong school count for? Mu Yu looked at the Qingsong school's disciples' arrogant faces and thought that if all the other sects' disciples entered the Qingsong school alliance in the future, wouldn't they be looked down upon by the local disciples of Qingsong school? How dare you? Sun Yin waved his sleeve angrily and pointed a flying sword at Mu Yu. Xiaohu was defeated by your sneak attack because he was careless. Do you really think you can look down on us just because you beat Xiaohu by luck? Even your master has to kneel and kowtow in front of our Qingsong sect's ancestral master. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. Careless. Sneak attack. Luck. Mu Yu was so angry that he laughed. The Qingsong school's disciples had always been arrogant and would never admit defeat. Even if Xiaohu lost to Mu Yu from the Falling Dust sect, they would not admit it because their ancestral master, Qingsong Taoist, was a cultivator at the nascent soul stay. However, these disciples of the Pine Tree sect didn't know that founding Master Pine Tree, who was as honorable as an immortal in their hearts, was actually just an old servant kneeling in front of someone else in secret. This group of people didn't know anything about this, yet they were still strutting around. It was truly ridiculous. A disciple taught by a nascent soul stage venerable must be extraordinary. Then I will have a good experience. Chapter 85. Every day, all kinds of self-cultivators would come to the school. Many of them came from different schools. This was the relay station of the world of self-cultivators, and a lot of important information would come from here. Most people already knew that Qingsong School and Zhohua School were going to annex other schools. Many disciples were very angry about this, but it was useless. At this moment, many people gathered at the school's gate. They complained that they couldn't fly directly into the school, and they were even more dissatisfied that they were blocked at the gate. Isn't Qingsong School going too far? You want to disturb the rest of us because of the death of one disciple? Many people were extremely angry because their school was going to be destroyed. They all accused Sun Yin of being too overbearing, but what could they do? The Pine Tree Daoist's cultivation was there for all to see. The disciples of the Pine Tree sect were more talented than the disciples of the other sects. The people of the other sects could only talk about it. Their own master had already accepted his fate, so what could they, as disciples, do? Shut up. None of you can get away with Xiaohu's death. You won't be able to live peacefully until the murderer is found. These are the words of our patriarch Verdant Pine. Do you have any objections? Sun Yin angrily rebuked. The words of Patriarch Verdant Pine? Soon, the crowd quieted down. Xiaohu was the disciple that Patriarch Verdant Pine valued the most. He didn't expect that Xiaohu would die in an accident. Naturally, Patriarch Verdant Pine was full of anger. Who would dare to refute his words? In the world of self-cultivators, the words of the powerful were the truth, and the words of the weak were a joke. Haha. Your Patriarch Verdant Pine is a nascent soul venerable. How come he can't even find a murderer? Your nascent soul venerable's ability is really amazing. Tu Panshan of Zhouhua School laughed presumptuously. Others might be afraid of Qingsong School, but Zhouhua disciples were not. Ever since immortal Zhouhua and Qingsong Taoist wanted to establish two schools to divide the forces of Moyun mountain range, they stood on opposite sides, and neither side was willing to submit to the other. Now, the disciples of Qingsong School wanted to ride on the heads of Zhouhua School. How could they agree? How dare you? How dare you insult the patriarch? Take these people down. Sun Yin waved his hand, and 5 to 6 Foundation Establishment disciples rushed out of the school. Without saying a word, flying swords of all shapes and sizes smashed towards the Zhouhua School disciples. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Tu Panshan roared. The 4 disciples of Zhouhua School went up against the disciples of Qingsong School at the same time. The disciples of the two sects immediately started fighting at the entrance of the academy. For a moment, saber light and sword shadows flashed, sword chi crisscrossed, and shadows of people flew in an endless stream. As for you, I'll make an example out of you today. The sword in Sun Yin's hand slashed horizontally at Mu Yu. Naturally, he knew Mu Yu. Everyone knew that Mu Yu had defeated Xiaohu, but the Qingsong School's disciples were arrogant. They thought highly of themselves and thought that Mu Yu had won by trickery. Sun Yin had made up his mind to teach Mu Yu a lesson and get back at him for the humiliation he had suffered that day. Clang! Mu Yu was fearless. The shadow clone sword slashed through the air, and a violent surge of spiritual energy pushed Sun Yin back. He had been feeling depressed for so many days. His master's whereabouts were unknown, and he was burning with anxiety. At this moment, he was being humiliated by Sun Yin. His emotions had accumulated to the extreme, and he suddenly wanted to vent them. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? The spiritual energy around Mu Yu's body began to become violent, and the shadow sword light soared into the sky. Then, the sharp sword chi poured down in torrents. It was as if thunder had descended from the sky, and no one could stop it. Sun Yin was shocked. He didn't expect Mu Yu to have such a terrifying sword technique. His cultivation was only at the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment. Because Patriarch Evergreen Pine had stepped into the nascent soul stage, the Qingsong School's disciples had become complacent. They thought that the disciples of other sects couldn't withstand a single blow, let alone the disciples of the Luo Chen sect. Looking at the monstrous sword chi, he suddenly realized that it wasn't a coincidence that Xiaohu lost to this person. How could this young man be so easy to bully? However, he was already riding a tiger and couldn't back down, so he couldn't just admit defeat. His fingers moved and he used the pine-chasing wind chant. The boundless aura of an ancient pine wrapped around the sword chi and collided with Mu Yu's sword. The two sword chis collided. However, he had underestimated Mu Yu's ability. When Mu Yu used the shadow clone sword to heavily injure Xiaohu, it wasn't because of luck, but because of the sword in his hand. The sword in Little Tiger's hand was the Pine Tree Daoist's Pine Tree sword, which had once been peerless in this world. However, it was still no match for Mu Yu. Sun Yin's sword was only an ordinary sword. How could he defeat Mu Yu? The sword chi of the pine-chasing wind chant was like rotten wood as it directly collapsed in the air. The boundless sword chi was broken and turned into nothingness. Mu Yu's sword chi destroyed the pine sword's sword chi. His body was as fast as lightning as he used the falling dust steps and arrived in front of Sun Yin in 2 steps. Sun Yin used his flying sword to block in front of his chest in an attempt to block Mu Yu's foot. However, Mu Yu's strength was like 1,000 catties as it broke Sun Yin's flying sword. He heavily stepped on Sun Yin's chest and fiercely stomped Sun Yin to the ground. With a boom, the ground exploded. Sun Yin was actually stomped into the ground by Mu Yu. You dare. Sun Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword in his hand had already been broken in two and fell to the side. Before killing a chicken to warn the monkey, you must remember to sharpen your blade. Otherwise, the one who will be killed will be you. Mu Yu increased his strength and Sun Yin spat out another mouthful of blood. He could no longer speak and could only glare at Mu Yu with eyes full of hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Mu Yu into pieces. And you guys. Mu Yu's body exploded as the shadow sword split into four. The sword light was boundless, and its momentum was like a rainbow as it poured into the fighting disciples of the two schools. It exploded in the middle of the fighting disciples of the Zhouhua school and Qingsong school. The dazzling sword light flickered, making people not dare to look directly at it. The violent sword chi whizzed about and waves of sword shadows shot out in all directions, ruthlessly landing on each disciple's body. They were sent flying and fell to the ground, creating a large pile of dust that filled the air. The disciples of the Zhouhua school and Qingsong school were still arrogant just a moment ago. But in the blink of an eye, they were all moaning on the ground like dead dogs, battered and exhausted. Mu Yu stood in the middle of these people. The shadow sword shot back from all directions and reformed into one sword, which was held in Mu Yu's hand. Silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the only standing youth in the field. His expression was cold as he stood proudly. The genius disciple of the falling dust sect had single-handedly defeated the disciples of the Qingsong school and Zhouhua school. He only used one move to take down the arrogant disciples of the two schools. The entire process was clean and swift, and it all happened in the blink of an eye. This falling dust sect disciple actually had such courage. The onlookers' mouths were agape as they stared at Mu Yu in shock. The falling dust sect, which had always been at the bottom of the rankings, actually had such a monster. Not only did he show off his abilities in the competition and defeat Xiao Hu, who was the talk of the town, he even took care of the disciples of the Zhouhua school and Qingsong school like a storm. Mu Yu's actions were undoubtedly a slap to the faces of the disciples of the Zhouhua school and Qingsong school. They were beaten like stray dogs, unable to retaliate at all. So what if a nascent soul supremacy appeared in the Qingsong school and Zhouhua school? Would the cultivation of their disciples improve by leaps and bounds because of the appearance of a nascent soul supremacy? Hiding the mountain and not revealing the water, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, could this be the true face of the falling dust sect? A fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. The one who attained the true body of a nascent soul is only your ancestor. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Do you really think that just because the cultivation world left the Qingsong school and Zhouhua school, it wouldn't change? Mu Yu coldly scanned the surroundings. Looking at the people who had fallen to the ground and were screaming in pain, he finally swept away the anger in his heart. He knew that he had taught the Qingsong school and Zhouhua school a lesson, so he was afraid that the people of these two sects wouldn't let him go. But so what? They were still so arrogant when their skills were inferior. It was only natural that they would be taught a lesson. Mu Yu patted the dust off his body and strode into the school under the strange gazes of the crowd. This kid is really extraordinary. He's right. Unfortunately, the falling dust sect won't be able to escape the establishment of the Qingsong Alliance and Zhouhua Alliance. Who cares? The disciples of the Qingsong school and Zhouhua school have always been arrogant. He helped us vent our anger. How satisfying. Most of the surrounding self-cultivators knew that their sects were about to be destroyed. Many of them knew that even if they joined the Qingsong Alliance or Zhouhua Alliance, their status couldn't be compared to the original Qingsong and Zhouhua Alliance disciples. They were afraid that they would only be humiliated and ridiculed after entering the school. With their talent, it was impossible for them to truly become a disciple of the Qingsong school or Zhouhua school. Under such oppressive circumstances, Mu Yu stood up and taught the disciples of the Qingsong school and Zhouhua school a lesson. This was very satisfying for many people. Mu Yu was right. Only the Qingsong Taoist and Zhouhua Taoist had reached the nascent soul stage. What were these disciples worth? Nighttime. Mu Yu was lying on the bed in his room. The falling dust sect was too poor. There was only one room in the courtyard. Although it was small, it was clean. He knew that the people of the Johua school and Chingsong school would block his door tomorrow and cause trouble for him. After all, he didn't go easy on them today. However, he didn't want to suppress himself anymore. Master said to do what he liked, so he should do what he should do. Because of what happened to his master, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He was very depressed. Only today did he feel like he was himself again. Master, I always remember every word you said. But where are you now? Mu Yu looked at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. Master had always stood aloof from worldly affairs. He always had a smile on his face and taught them all kinds of principles so that they could learn how to deal with things. Why would someone want to harm such a benevolent old man? Everyone had their own past. Master also had one. His past was Jian Ying and Chen Feng. However, what did Jian Ying and Chen Feng mean to the people of the three continents? Why was the young man in red looking for Jian Ying and Chen Feng? He spent a lot of effort to help the Chingsong Taoist break through to the nascent soul stage and broke the balance of the cultivation world in the Moyun mountain range. Was all of this really just to find Jian Ying and Chen Feng? But now, there was another mysterious person standing behind Perfected Johua. He was supporting Perfected Johua to fight against the Chingsong Taoist. The original order of the cultivation world in the Moyun mountain range had been completely disrupted. What was the point of finding Jian Ying and Chen Feng? Could it be that the mysterious person behind the young man in red and Perfected Johua was certain that Jian Ying and Chen Feng were hiding in one of the sects and wanted to merge with other sects to find Jian Ying and Chen Feng faster? Mu Yu turned over. He was in a terrible mood. He knew that in the game between the Chingsong school and Johua school, the Falling Dust sect couldn't be spared. Did Master already know that things would develop like this? Was that why he chose to disappear? Today, the disciples of Johua and Chingsong Taoist were like foxes assuming the majesty of a tiger. They were arrogant and bossy, ordering the cultivators of other sects around as if they were extraordinary. How would they feel if they knew that the grandmaster they revered was just a puppet in someone else's hands? Mu Yu suddenly smiled mischievously. He really hoped that everyone would see the Chingsong Taoist kneeling in front of the young man in red. It would be best if it was exposed that Perfected Johua was kneeling at the feet of another mysterious person. At that time, many people would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. He really wanted to see if those arrogant disciples of the Chingsong school and Johua school would continue to be arrogant. In the dead of night, those who couldn't sleep had their own reasons. However, everyone knew that no one could escape the confrontation between the Chingsong school and Johua school. Chapter 86. After daybreak, the school was completely sealed off again. No one could go out, and no one could enter. Yesterday, Xiaohu's death was not over yet, and today, another person was killed. No one had expected that another person would die in the school last night. This time, it was not a disciple from Chingsong school who was killed, but 4 disciples from Johua school, led by Tu Panshan. They were killed at the same time. Their throats were slit and their hearts disappeared in the same way as Xiaohu's death. The same method of killing was used on the disciples of Chingsong school and Johua school. One could imagine the huge sensation caused by this incident. Both immortal Johua and Chingsong Taoist were nascent soul cultivators. In the cultivation world, their prestige was like the sun at noon. Who in the world dared to provoke them? However, the disciples of these 2 schools had died in such a bloody manner. Furthermore, the school was the place with the most cultivators. The murderer did not leave any clues. Someone dared to step on the lion's head, but this person did not leave any footprints on the ground. How come the disciples of Johua school were also killed? Serves them right. Yesterday, Tu Panshan and the others were taught a lesson by Mu Yu from the Falling Dust sect. They went back to let the Grey disciples treat their wounds. I heard that one of the Grey disciples did not treat Tu Panshan well and lost an arm. They were injured like that, but they still had the strength to bully the Grey disciples. They are really something. Many people gathered in front of the gate of Johua school's courtyard and pointed at them, telling each other what they knew about the situation. Now that Qingsong School and Zhohua School wanted to annex the entire cultivation world and divide the world equally, the disciples of Qingsong School and Zhohua School were even more arrogant and despotic. Many cultivators were full of resentment towards the people of Qingsong School and Zhohua School. After hearing the news of their deaths, no one sympathized with them. It was impossible for Mu Yu to not know about such a big incident. He also came to join in the fun. Unfortunately, the information he heard was the same as when Little Tiger was killed. There were no other useful clues. Mu Yu suddenly felt a burst of guilt towards the grey disciple whose arm had been crippled. After all, the injuries of Tu Panshan and the others were caused by him. That grey disciple could be considered an indirect victim. The deaths of Tu Panshan and the others could be considered as retribution, although this retribution was a little too great. People from Zhohua School rushed over after hearing the news. Their reactions were the same as those from Qingsong School. However, the one who was killed in Qingsong School was the famous Little Tiger, while Tu Panshan and the others were not core disciples like Little Tiger. Even so, perfected Zhohua had just attained his nascent soul. How could his dignity be challenged by others? He had to get to the bottom of this. After learning about the friction between the disciples of Zhohua School and Qingsong School yesterday, as well as Little Tiger's death, the disciples of Zhohua School directly went to Qingsong School to denounce them. They believed that Qingsong School suspected that Little Tiger's death was caused by Zhohua School, so they secretly took revenge. Their reasoning was very good. Why did only the disciples of Zhohua School die that night, and not the disciples of Qingsong School? How could the disciples of Qingsong School let it go? They originally suspected that Zhohua School was involved in Little Tiger's death, and they had yet to ask Zhohua School clearly. Instead, they were bitten back. How could the proud disciples of the Pine Tree sect endure this? Suddenly, the two sects were at daggers drawn, and a fight almost broke out again. In fact, people with discerning eyes could understand that Little Tiger's death was probably not caused by Zhohua School, but by someone in the dark who deliberately provoked the conflict between the two sects. Zhohua School and Qingsong School had already planned to swallow up the sects in the Moyun mountain range. With the two sects dominating the mountain range, many sects faced the threat of being swallowed up. How could many cultivators be willing to accept this? It was likely that this matter was deliberately done by a certain cultivator. Whether it was revenge or chaos, as long as the conflict between Qingsong School and Zhohua School began to intensify, other cultivators would be happy to see it. Unfortunately, the disciples of Qingsong School and Zhohua School had blood rushing to their heads. They were shouting at each other and didn't think about who would benefit from this matter. If Bai Liang hadn't appeared in time, perhaps the school would have become the first battlefield between Qingsong School and Zhohua School. Yesterday, Bai Liang himself was in the school. Bai Liang also knew that Mu Yu had taught Zhohua School and Qingsong School a lesson at the school gate. However, after he learned the reason, he didn't go to find Mu Yu to denounce him. Instead, he scolded his junior fellow apprentice not to be too frivolous. This problem was easy to figure out. Qingsong School and Zhohua School wanted to merge with other sects, so naturally, they had to start fighting for disciples with good qualifications to join their respective alliances. Mu Yu had such a terrifying talent. He was much more talented than the local disciples in their sects. If such a person was willing to pledge allegiance, he would definitely be a great help to their sects in the future. This matter was the fault of the disciples of Qingsong School. Bai Liang was also a sensible person. If he really went to denounce Mu Yu, he was afraid that in the future, Mu Yu would directly choose to join Zhohua School. This would be a huge loss for Qingsong School. Bai Liang thought so. However, the disciple who came to deal with this matter from Zhohua School was an idiot. How could he have considered this point? After Reverend Zhohua achieved his nascent soul and nascent soul true body, many of his disciples became arrogant. They only thought about how to show off and intimidate others, but they forgot that if they wanted to win the hearts of the entire cultivation world, the most important thing was to win the hearts of the people. When one sect was the most powerful, no one would dare to say anything if one acted like a tyrant. When there were two sects to choose from, one would choose the other. At that time, One would be alone and helpless. How could one compete with the opponent? Bai Liang asked his disciples to leave. Without evidence, he would not allow a direct conflict with Zhouhua School. The people of Zhouhua School found that Qingsong School did not want to confront them, so they pointed the finger at Mu Yu. Mu Yu was pointed out before he could leave. He shrugged and looked calmly at the people of Zhouhua School. Yesterday, you were the one who dared to injure my disciples and kill them all. The person who came to deal with this matter from Zhouhua School was a powerful cultivator from the Jindan period. He looked to be in his 50s and his name was Lu Chongyuan. He had a strong cultivation level and an explosive temper. When he heard that his disciples had died tragically and were injured by the disciples of the Luo Chen sect, he immediately wanted to settle the score with Mu Yu. Kill them. If I wanted to kill them, I would have done it yesterday. Why would I go through so much trouble? Mu Yu said calmly. He would not cower just because the other party was a powerful cultivator from the Jindan period. He had seen many powerful cultivators from the Jindan period. His own sect had 3 of them. This old man was nothing. Lu Chongyuan was furious when he saw that Mu Yu did not take him seriously at all. He shouted, "You are just a piece of trash from the Luo Chen sect. How dare you be so arrogant after killing my Zhouhua School's disciples? You're courting death." Lu Chongyuan waved his hand and a majestic pressure swept towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu's expression changed slightly, but he stepped lightly and dodged the Jindan period's attack by a hair's breadth. In the past, when she was trained by Uncle An on the mountain, Uncle An's strength was much higher than this old man's. This old man was only in the first heavenly layer of the Jindan realm. Although Mu Yu could not beat this old man, it was more than enough to protect herself. Evidence is important when it comes to killing people. You keep saying that I killed your people. Your Zhouhua School is really impressive. This was not the first time that Mu Yu had been wrongly accused by someone from the Zhouhua School. Back when he and Lan Ling went down the mountain, the Zhouhua School had also forcefully accused him of murder. When Lu Chongyuan saw that he had failed to take down Mu Yu, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His body flashed and his hand reached for Mu Yu's neck. Mu Yu felt a burst of pressure. This old bastard was serious. The shadow of the sword in his hand surged and slashed at Lu Chongyuan's hand. He retreated again. If I say you killed him, then you killed him. When Lu Chongyuan saw that he had caught Mu Yu twice, his old face could no longer hang on. It was already a shameful thing for a gold core stage cultivator to make a move on a Zhuji stage cultivator, but he still failed twice in a row. This was really shameful. Is Zhouhua School always so unreasonable? The pressure in front of Mu Yu suddenly dissipated, and Bai Liang's figure appeared in front of him. He lifted his hand and neutralized Lu Chongyuan's attack. Bai Liang, we'll settle the matter between your Qingsong School and our Zhouhua School later. You stopped me from punishing the murderer. Could it be that you were the one who instigated this? Lu Chongyuan stopped and said angrily. Bai Liang's strength was higher than his, so he did not want to cause trouble for himself. Bai Liang smiled faintly. This matter hasn't come to a conclusion yet. Your Zhouhua School doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. I'm really worried about the future of the Zhouhua Alliance. If the Zhouhua Alliance has people like you to teach, I really don't know where your Zhouhua disciples will go to seek redress after being wronged. Lu Chongyuan's aggressive manner had alarmed many people and they came to join in the fun. Bai Liang deliberately raised his voice so that many people could hear him. He exposed the Zhouhua School's unreasonable behavior in a few words, and many people immediately had a very bad impression of the Zhouhua School. The 1-month deadline was not up yet, and every school had not made their choice yet. At this moment, the Zhouhua School was so unreasonable. If they chose to join the Zhouhua School in the future, they would have no way to redress their grievances if they had to rely on the preferences of the Zhouhua School disciples when there was a conflict. Bai Liang was indeed a talent. He directly smeared the Zhouhua School's reputation. In this way, when people chose to join the Qingsong School or the Zhouhua School in the future, they would definitely prefer the fair and just Qingsong School. The Zhouhua School has gone too far. Yes. Now that the situation is forced, I think it's better to join the Qingsong School. Discussions broke out. Bai Liang dealt with things in an orderly manner, and he was a role model for the younger generation in the cultivation world. In the future, he would definitely be the master of the Qingsong school. Obviously, it was better to choose to join a tolerant school than an unreasonable one. Humph. You're just a disciple of the Luo Chen school. Our Zhouhua school doesn't care about you at all. Lu Changyuan still didn't realize what stupid thing he had done. He thought that since he was already in the nascent soul stage, he didn't need to consider these things at all. Whoever wanted to join could join, and whoever didn't, he didn't care. It didn't matter. Bai Liang laughed. Our Qingsong school is the opposite of your Zhouhua school. We welcome everyone to join the Qingsong school. The Qingsong alliance we established doesn't care about status or power. As long as you have the ability, we welcome you at any time. Whether it's the Luo Chen school or the Qingsong school, you don't have to worry about status in the Qingsong alliance. Little brother Mu Yu, I very much welcome you to join our Qingsong alliance in the future. Bai Liang was undoubtedly a talent. When the Zhouhua school belittled the Luo Chen school, he said that he understood the big picture, which undoubtedly won the favor of the cultivators present. Just think about it. The Luo Chen school was at the bottom of the cultivation world. If Bai Liang could extend an olive branch like this, then what did those sects that were more powerful than the Luo Chen school have to worry about? The alliance only cared about who had more supporters. As long as the disciples of the Qingsong alliance were powerful, then even if Daoist Master Zhouhua was in the nascent soul stage, he still wouldn't be able to compete with the Qingsong school. This was because the Qingsong school didn't lack nascent soul cultivators. You even accepted a laughable school like the Luo Chen school? It seems like your Qingsong school accepts all kinds of trash. Lu Changyuan sneered. Shut up, Changyuan. A reprimand was accompanied by a shadow landing. Zhu Wenxing had actually arrived. He fiercely glared at Lu Changyuan as soon as he arrived, then turned around and bowed to everyone. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. My senior brother Changyuan has a bad temper, so please forgive him if he has offended you. Our Zhouhua alliance only uses talented people, so we will be fair and just in all matters. No matter what school you come from, we will treat you all the same. I believe that little brother Mu Yu didn't kill anyone, so we will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. We won't wrongly accuse little brother Mu Yu. Please forgive us, little brother Mu Yu. Zhu Wenxing revealed a kind smile and spoke sincerely, as if he really meant it. Mu Yu scratched his nose. How did he suddenly turn from a murderer to a little brother? This change in attitude was so fast that Mu Yu almost didn't react in time. Zhu Wenxing wasn't as short-sighted as Lu Changyuan. In the cultivation world, he and Bai Liang were the two representatives of the younger generation. Naturally, there was a reason for that. If the current situation wasn't handled well, then perhaps a lot of people would choose to join Qingsong school in a month's time. At that time, how could the Zhouhua alliance compete with the Qingsong alliance? The onlookers were also in an uproar. Yesterday, Mu Yu was called trash by the disciples of the two schools, but today, he suddenly became a hot steamed bun. Whether it was Bai Liang or Zhu Wenxing, both of them were so polite to Mu Yu, which was rare. Little brother Mu Yu, I know that killing people has nothing to do with you, but if someone dares to wrongly accuse you, don't hesitate to tell me. My Qingsong school will definitely uphold justice for you, Bai Liang said in a cultured and refined manner. Little brother Mu Yu, brother Bai Liang is right. My Zhouhua school won't wrongly accuse anyone, so don't worry. In the future, I will properly discipline my fellow disciples of Zhouhua school. Today's incident will never happen again. Lu Changyuan originally wanted to say something, but Zhu Wenxing stopped him. Mu Yu naturally knew what they were thinking. The other disciples of Zhouhua school and Qingsong school were arrogant and short-sighted, but how could these two people be so muddle-headed? Although the Falling Dust sect didn't have many people, regardless of whether it was the Foundation Establishment cultivator Mu Yu or the Jindan period cultivator Cheng Yang, who had hidden his strength, they had both reached such a cultivation level at such a young age. This sect naturally wasn't as weak as it seemed on the surface. Zhu Wenxing also remembered that the Falling Dust sect also had a girl who was at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. At the same age as Mu Yu, She already had the strength of a ninth-layer foundation establishment cultivator. This kind of heaven-defying talent wasn't inferior to Xiao Hu's, not to mention the two elders from the Jindan period. The Falling Dust sect didn't have many people, but everyone was worth roping in. The representatives of the two great sects simultaneously threw an olive branch to Mu Yu, but unfortunately, Mu Yu didn't appreciate it. Under the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, the Falling Dust sect naturally couldn't ignore it. Whether it was joining the Zhouhua Alliance or the Qingsong Alliance, Mu Yu wouldn't truly pledge his loyalty to anyone. What he wanted was to ensure his master's safety. That was all. Then go find the culprit yourselves. I believe that with the ability of the two of you, it will be easy for you to catch the murderer. Mu Yu smiled and turned to walk towards her courtyard. Chapter 87. Mu Yu didn't return to the mountain. He had already stayed at the school for 3 days. Because Bai Liang and Zhu Wenxing were guarding the school, the shadow in the dark didn't seem to dare to act rashly. Therefore, no one in the school had been in trouble for the past few days. In fact, Mu Yu also felt that it was strange. The shadow was so fast. Based on the way it killed, it couldn't be human. The shiny claws and the way it dug out the heart were not something a human could do. However, monsters weren't that intelligent. Only a monster could do this. A demon. Mu Yu wasn't sure. Even if a demon evolved into a human, it would more or less retain some characteristics of a monster. People would definitely notice it if it entered the school. Most importantly, it was said that the demon race had gone extinct thousands of years ago. The demons on Mount Fulong hadn't fully evolved. They were just tools under humans' control. With their intelligence, it was impossible for them to do such a thing in the school. The shadow seemed to be very familiar with the school. There were so many cultivators, but it didn't kill. Instead, it chose to kill the disciples of Qingsong School and Zhouhua School. It seemed to be intentional. Bai Liang hadn't made any progress in investigating Xiaohu's death. Zhu Wenxing hadn't found the murderer either. However, both of them were the mainstays of the school. They had more important things to do, so they quickly left. Zhu Wenxing evacuated all the disciples of Zhouhua School from the school in case of any accidents. Bai Liang left 2 disciples behind to deal with the rest of the school's trivial matters. Mu Yu knew that the shadow wouldn't stop. Perhaps it was waiting for an opportunity. Bai Liang leaving the school and leaving the 2 disciples behind was the best opportunity. Mu Yu planned to go to the Qingsong School's side yard at night to investigate and see if he could find the mysterious shadow. Mu Yu didn't know why he wanted to track down this mysterious person. Logically speaking, this matter had nothing to do with him. He could just stand by and wait to see who wanted to provoke the conflict between Qingsong School and Zhouhua School. It was just that he happened to be in the same room with the Black Shadow that night, and even fought with the Black Shadow, but he didn't even see what the Black Shadow looked like, which made him a little curious. Now that he wanted to find his master, he didn't know where to start, so he might as well find something to do. At night, Mu Yu found a place where no one was around and hid in the trees. There were many trees in the academy, which provided Mu Yu with a lot of convenience. When he passed by the gate of the Grey Disciples' courtyard, Mu Yu found that there was a person who was obviously a cultivator making things difficult for a Grey Disciple. The disciple in grey was submissive, and his face was full of flattery. "I despise Grey Disciples like you the most. It's fine if you don't have the talent for cultivation, but you're so slow even when you're doing something." It was a young man with a pale face. His face was full of arrogance, and his eyes were full of contempt when he looked at the Grey Disciple. "That's enough, junior brother Lin. Don't always make things difficult for the Grey Disciple. Let's go back quickly. Senior brother is waiting for us," said another young man with a square face. "They were meant to be our servants." Junior brother Lin kicked the disciple in grey and left with the young man with a square face. Mu Yu sighed in the trees. The Grey Disciples in the academy were always bullied by cultivators. Many cultivators looked down on the Grey Disciples, and this had become a common practice. He really wanted to go out and teach that junior brother Lin a lesson, but he thought that he had another purpose in the evening, so he restrained himself. He entered the courtyard of Chingsong School with the help of a tree on the wall of the courtyard, and hid in the tree. He had some expectations about this black shadow. Who on earth was this black shadow? Would he show up in the evening? Bai Liang left the academy. This was the best time to assassinate the two Chingsong School disciples. The moonlight was hazy, and the buildings of the academy seemed to be covered with a layer of silver gauze. It was quiet and peaceful, with only a few flickering lights. No one would think that something bloody would happen here. It was getting late, and the night wind was blowing. The lights in the room of the two Chingsong School disciples were still on. They hadn't come out since Mu Yu came. They should be meditating and cultivating in the room, and they didn't even make a sound. Mu Yu had been hiding in the tree for the whole night. The grass on the ground was his eyes. As long as the black shadow showed up, he would have to go through the grass, and Mu Yu would be able to find him. However, this night was peaceful. No one came to make trouble for the two Chingsong School disciples, and the black shadow didn't show up. Mu Yu waited for the whole night, but there was no result, which made him a little disappointed. The moment the sun rose, Bai Liang suddenly opened the door and walked out. He looked a little tired. It seems that the murderer didn't fall into the trap. "You guys pack up. We're going back to the mountain," Bai Liang said to the room. Mu Yu was stunned. This guy didn't leave. It turned out that Bai Liang deliberately created the illusion that he had left the academy to lure the snake out of its hole. Even Mu Yu, who had stayed outside for the whole night, didn't notice this. Unfortunately, the black shadow seemed to have seen through Bai Liang's trick. He didn't fall into the trap and didn't show up last night. Mu Yu yawned and left the courtyard of the Chingsong School with the help of the trees. He walked back to his residence. He didn't find anything last night, so he was very sleepy. He needed to make up for it. Many cultivators came and went during the day, so the black shadow wouldn't do anything. "Senior brother, have you seen junior brother Lin?" Early in the morning, two disciples of unknown sects came out from the front corner side by side. One of the young men asked. Mu Yu saw the young man last night. He had a square face. The junior brother Lin he mentioned was the one who had embarrassed the grey disciple last night. However, that junior brother Lin wasn't with him now. The one with him was a strange man. Nope. Could it be that he went for a stroll somewhere? Did he come back last night? The other man, who was more mature, said. He came back with me last night. I saw him when I got up in the middle of the night to relieve myself. However, I was woken up by a gust of wind in the early morning, so I didn't see him. He was sleeping in the same room as me. What a bother. Where did he go? He knew he had to go back today. The two people were a little angry about junior brother Lin leaving without saying goodbye. They didn't care about Mu Yu and just passed by Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu frowned. The junior brother Lin who bullied the grey disciple last night was missing. Mu Yu suddenly remembered that the black shadow attacked Little Tiger because Little Tiger forced 3 pretty grey female disciples to sleep with him. At that time, there were 4 other people in the room besides Mu Yu. Why did the black shadow kill Little Tiger alone and let the 3 grey disciples go? When the Zhouhua School disciple died, Mu Yu also went to investigate the situation the next day. He heard that Tu Panshan and the others let the grey disciples heal their wounds. However, one of the grey disciples had an accident and had his arm crippled by Tu Panshan and the others. Then, Tu Panshan and the others were killed. Last night, he saw the pale-faced junior brother Lin make things difficult for the grey disciples for no reason. Then, junior brother Lin disappeared in the morning. Was this all a coincidence, or was someone taking revenge for the grey disciples? Mu Yu felt that he had been blinded by something. He always thought that the black shadow who assassinated the Zhouhua School and Chingsong School disciples was someone who deliberately provoked the conflict between the two schools. However, he never thought of other possibilities. What if someone couldn't stand the self-cultivators bullying the grey disciples and took revenge for the grey disciples and killed these people? Could this hypothesis be true? It's hard to say. That junior brother Lin didn't have any evidence to prove that he was killed. Mu Yu denied his own guess. Moreover, this guess didn't hold water. No one in the self-cultivator world looked up to the grey disciples. Who would be willing to take revenge for them? Maybe if Deacon Zun was still here, he might protect these grey disciples. However, Deacon Zun was killed by Little Tiger. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, Deacon Zun didn't have the ability to kill self-cultivators. He was just a grey disciple with poor talent. It was impossible for him to have the ability to kill people. Could it be that someone who used to be a grey disciple encountered an opportunity to become a self-cultivator and came to take revenge on those who bullied the grey disciples? Mu Yu thought of Jiu Etian. He was also a grey disciple and was lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by Boyang Daoren. He was a body cultivator and his strength was much stronger than the self-cultivators of other sects. With his personality, it was possible for him to do these things. However, Jiu Etian didn't like to do sneaky things. He was more simple-minded and wouldn't do anything secretly. Therefore, Jiu Etian wasn't very suspicious. Anyway, if the Black Shadow was taking revenge for the grey disciples, then he must be in the school. Otherwise, how would he know who bullied the grey disciples? There were more or less people bullying the grey disciples in the school every day. Except for the uproar caused by the deaths of Tu Panshan and Little Tiger, no one from the other sects had heard of anyone being killed or going missing. Wait, killed or gone missing? Mu Yu patted his head. The school was a station of the self-cultivators in the Moyun mountain range. There were people coming and going every day. Who had time to care about who went missing? Even if someone went missing, they would just think that they had left the school. Except for the people from the same sect, who would care about other self-cultivators? If the person who went missing was a disciple from a weaker sect, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. But if it was Little Tiger from Qingsong School and Tu Panshan from Zhohua School, it was different. Their deaths would definitely cause a sensation. In other words, there might be people going missing or being killed in the school every day. It was just that no one cared. For example, this missing junior brother Lin. What if he didn't leave the school on his own, but was killed because he bullied the grey disciples? His death wouldn't cause a sensation like Little Tiger and Tu Panshan. In other words, was it possible that many self-cultivators in the school often went missing mysteriously, but because of Little Tiger and Tu Panshan's special identities, this matter attracted everyone's attention? Mu Yu was terrified. Who would do such a thing? Killing self-cultivators, was it really just to vent the anger of the grey disciples? Mu Yu pulled himself together and prepared to verify his idea. Chapter 88. If Mu Yu was asked to bully the grey disciples, he naturally wouldn't do it. He would feel bad about it. If it was too fake, the other party wouldn't be fooled. Therefore, he planned to secretly pay attention to the self-cultivators who bullied the grey disciples. This was more practical. Although most of the self-cultivators looked down on the grey disciples, not everyone would deliberately make things difficult for them. Some of the self-cultivators were quite friendly to the grey disciples. However, the friendly ones were the minority. The majority of the self-cultivators didn't make things difficult for the grey disciples. The rest were the people who bullied the grey disciples. This was also Mu Yu's goal. Mu Yu observed the entrance of the grey disciples' courtyard for the whole day to see if there were any self-cultivators who would deliberately make things difficult for the grey disciples. The grey disciples' daily job in the academy was to clean up, serve tea, and satisfy the needs of the self-cultivators who passed by. From time to time, self-cultivators would come to the grey disciples' courtyard to ask them to do something. Most of them had a cold expression and left after instructing the grey disciples to do something. They looked arrogant and didn't want to say anything, but they didn't make things difficult for the grey disciples. Mu Yu waited for a long time and finally, someone came to find trouble. It was a domineering middle-aged man. His cultivation wasn't high, but his tone was arrogant. His face was sallow and he looked malnourished. It was unknown which sect he came from. At this moment, he was teaching a grey disciple in his 20s a lesson. The grey disciple's face was flushed red. It was obvious that he was scolded wrongly. "Young Master Fang, the bone grass you asked me to buy is gone. I searched the entire market but couldn't find it," the grey disciple said softly. He felt so wronged that he was about to cry. Young Master Fang said angrily, "It's not in the market of Qingshou City. Why don't you go to the market of Yi City? I really don't understand why every sect has to pay spirit stones to support you. What are you guys doing? You can't even do such a small thing. Useless. The market of Yi City is on the mountain. It's so far away from here. I'm only at the first level of Qi cultivation and haven't learned how to fly. It'll take me 5 to 6 days to go back and forth," the Grey Disciple said with a sobbing tone. "Stop talking nonsense. I'll only wait in the academy for 3 days. If you don't buy the bone grass I want in 3 days, I'll break your legs. There are so many Grey Disciples in the academy. You're just one more." Young Master Fang's foundation establishment stage aura completely pressed down on the Grey Disciple. The Grey Disciple's face turned pale as he retreated to the wall. He looked at young Master Fang in horror and was so scared that he couldn't speak. Mu Yu frowned as he looked at this young Master Fang. He was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. If he were to personally go to Yi City, it would be a very quick matter. However, he had to order that Grey Disciple around. It was impossible for the Grey Disciple, who was at the first layer of Qi refining, to complete this task in 3 days. He would definitely be punished. He also knew about the bone grass. This kind of plant had excellent healing properties and was relatively rare. Normally, it would only grow on the bones of demonic beasts of the 3rd rank and above. Generally, self-cultivators wouldn't dare to step into the habitat of 3rd rank demonic beasts in the demonic beasts forest. This was also the reason why the bone grass was so rare. Even if that Grey Disciple ran to Yi City, he might not be able to buy it. Young Master Fang left, but the disciple in grey did not relax at all. He stared blankly at young Master Fang's back, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. To serve these self-cultivators, one had to be on tenterhooks all day long. If there was even the slightest mistake, one would be beaten and scolded. He also envied those self-cultivators with profound cultivation who could fly on swords and use spells. When he was 16 years old, he stayed with the hope that he would be lucky enough to enter a certain sect. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. No one took a fancy to his unbearable cultivation talent. Now, it was too late to regret. Deacon Zun said that when you choose to stay, there were only 2 ways to leave the school. One was to be chosen by a sect and become a disciple. The other was to die. The Grey Disciple shook his head and helplessly turned around to enter the courtyard. He wanted to pack his things and see if he could complete this task in 3 days. This young Master Fang really deserves to die, Mu Yu muttered in his heart. However, on second thought, there were many people like young Master Fang in the world of self-cultivators. Those with high cultivation looked down on those with low cultivation. Could it be that everyone with high cultivation deserved to die? Mu Yu didn't know how to judge if a person deserved to die. He didn't think too much about it and followed this young Master Fang. This young Master Fang was called Fang Chang. He was a disciple of the Black Ice sect. The Black Ice sect's strength was considered above average. Therefore, their disciples were considered talented. Mu Yu followed Fang Chang to the courtyard of the Black Ice sect. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter the courtyard. There were no trees to enter the courtyard. This made Mu Yu feel helpless. He could only wait in the trees outside. Night fell. Mu Yu waited outside the Black Ice sect's courtyard for a day. He didn't know if the Black Shadow would cause trouble for Fang Chang at night. He wasn't sure because there might be other self-cultivators bullying the Grey Disciple. Fang Chang wasn't the only one. Who knew if the Black Shadow would do something to Fang Chang? Mu Yu found a tall tree where he could see the situation inside the Black Ice sect. The light in Fang Chang's room was still on. Mu Yu kept staring at his room. Just as Mu Yu was about to give up, the light in Fang Chang's room suddenly went out. Mu Yu's heart tightened. He didn't know what it meant. Maybe he just wanted to go to bed. But at this moment, the door to Fang Chang's room opened silently. A shadow flashed out. It seemed to be carrying another person. It quickly rushed into the darkness of the courtyard and disappeared. Mu Yu's eyes widened. He really wanted to see what was going on. However, Every sect's courtyard had its own protection array. If he barged in, he would definitely trigger the array. If something happened to Fang Chang and he was seen on the spot, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. He had no choice but to wait until the next day. He went to the Black Ice sect's courtyard to ask about Fang Chang. Indeed, he heard from the Black Ice sect that Fang Chang seemed to have left the school last night. However, this was impossible. Mu Yu waited outside for a night and didn't see anyone come out of the Black Ice sect's courtyard. Could it be that someone is really standing up for the Grey Disciples? Mu Yu thought to himself. Last time, when Xiaohu was killed, he was also present. When he chased after the shadow, it disappeared as soon as he reached the courtyard. This time, it was the same. Could it be that there was a secret passage in every courtyard? Mu Yu couldn't help but smack her lips at this thought. If that person had dug a secret passage in every courtyard of the academy without being discovered, then it would be impossible for him to do so. Digging a secret tunnel was a huge project. Moreover, the people in the school were all cultivators. It was too difficult to hide it from them. However, Mu Yu still returned to his courtyard and began searching carefully. The Falling Dust sect's courtyard was very small. It didn't take long for Mu Yu to search his entire courtyard. He didn't find anything unusual. The only way to the outside world was probably a saw. However, the saw was very narrow. It was only wide enough for a person's head. A person's shoulders couldn't go through it. Mu Yu still didn't believe it. He controlled a tenacious root grass and let its roots slowly seep into the saw. He was surprised to find that the saw was very wide. It could allow 2 people to go through at the same time. This meant that if the Black Shadow really relied on the saw to enter and exit the courtyards, the size of the saw didn't matter. He just needed to cut open a piece of land and enter the saw. If he didn't pay close attention, he wouldn't be able to tell from the outside. Mu Yu's courtyard wasn't cut open. Clearly, the Black Shadow hadn't visited. Mu Yu leaned on the root grass and landed in the saw. The saw was only used to allow rainwater to flow out. Logically speaking, it didn't need to be so big. Mu Yu stood in the dark saw. The light from the shadow clone sword illuminated the path ahead. A rotting smell assaulted him, causing him to frown. He walked a few meters along the saw and found a bumpy passageway beside him. The passageway was scattered with mud. There were strange claw marks on the walls of the passageway, as if some animal had dug them out. Claw marks. Mu Yu recalled the claw marks and lost hearts on the necks of the Qingsong School and Zhouhua School disciples. Only these kinds of claw marks could create such wounds. Mu Yu turned into the passageway. The mud in the passageway was very moist. He had only taken a few steps when he stepped on something with a squeak. With the help of the green light, he saw that it was the skeleton of a rat. The rat hadn't completely rotted. Mu Yu had only stepped on its head, causing its brain to spill out. This made him feel very uncomfortable, so he hurriedly continued forward. The passageway was very straight. After walking for a while, he returned to the saw. Mu Yu saw a light in front of him. He walked over and raised his head to take a look. This should be the saw of another courtyard. He didn't know what the meaning of these bumpy passageways was, so he continued to walk along the saw. It was too quiet here. Only the occasional sound of water dripping could be heard. It echoed in the saw and sounded very scary. Mu Yu didn't know where he was. Every time there was a light, he would go over to take a look. He would lift his hand to see if he could move the ground around the saw. However, he didn't succeed several times. After walking for about an hour, a strong rotting smell assailed his nostrils. This rotting smell came so suddenly that Mu Yu almost threw up the food he had eaten last night. The rotting smell seemed to be mixed with the heavy smell of blood. It was nauseating. He calmed himself down and turned into a passageway. There was a rustling sound in front of him. It sounded like something was grinding its teeth. There was also a creaking sound. "Don't scare me." Mu Yu somewhat despised himself. No matter what, he was still a cultivator. How could he be afraid of this kind of thing? He waved the shadow clone sword forward. As soon as the green light of the shadow clone sword fell, Mu Yu suddenly saw a pair of swollen white eyes staring straight at him. These were human eyes. Fuck. Chapter 89. It was a middle-aged man that Mu Yu did not recognize. With the help of the shadow clone sword, he could barely make out his appearance. Looking at his attire, he seemed to be a cultivator. If Mu Yu did not remember wrongly, he should be a disciple of the space-seizing faction. Last time, during the competition at Chingsong School, he fought against a disciple of the space-seizing faction. This person's death was very miserable. His neck was dripping with blood. Upon closer inspection, one could see deep claw marks. His chest was badly mutilated with a hole. His heart was gone. His death was the same as Xiao Hu and Tu Panshan's. Mu Yu covered his nose. When he wanted to take a closer look, several rats suddenly drilled out of the man's heart and fled in all directions. One of them even rushed past Mu Yu's feet. Even though Mu Yu was a cultivator, he was still very worried when he encountered this kind of thing. Seeing corpses and rats in the eerie sores was not a happy thing. Mu Yu forced himself to calm down. He touched his head. Just now, he subconsciously wanted to fly up and hit his head. Even now, it was still aching. This person had been dead for at least a month. Some parts of his body had already started to rot. His stomach was flat. His internal organs had probably been eaten clean by the rats. His eyes were wide open and looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. At least he died outside and had someone to collect his body. You only have the company of rats here. How pitiful. Mu Yu mourned for a few moments and then continued to walk forward. After walking along the sores for a while, there would be light shining down. Above him was the entrance to the sores. He turned into a passageway, and then he saw another corpse. This time, he was much calmer. He recognized this corpse. It was the one he saw the night before. It was the one who scolded the Grey Disciple and then disappeared. The same way of death. The same way of death. Mu Yu could already confirm his guess. He estimated that if he walked a few more steps and turned a few more passages, he would be able to find Fang Chang's corpse. Mu Yu felt a chill run down his spine. There were so many cultivator corpses lying in the ground of this huge academy. These corpses were rotting and becoming food for the rats, but no one noticed. It was really sad. Every day, people came and went in the academy, and there were always people who went missing. Presumably, the fellow disciples of these cultivators would never have dreamed that their missing brothers and sisters would be hiding under the academy. The bottom of the academy seemed to have become a living hell. He walked along the passageway, and within 2 hours, he had already found more than 10 corpses. The degree of decomposition of each corpse was different. He wasn't familiar with the layout of the academy and didn't know which courtyard he was in. He also didn't know which sect these corpses belonged to. These tunnels were newly dug, and there was still soil on the ground. Most of the soil seemed to have been transported out, leaving only a little bit of soil residue. Such a huge project was used to store the corpses. The murderer probably did not want the corpses to pile up in the sewer and cause a blockage. But who was the murderer? Why would they use such a cruel method? Where did their hearts go? Could it be that the demon clan was really the culprit? Did the demon clan kill people at will or with a purpose? That's not right. If I continue to walk like this, I will only see corpses and nothing else. Mu Yu suddenly thought, how did the Black Shadow know that the Grey Disciples were being humiliated? Unless he was nearby at the time, or the Grey Disciples told him. If he wanted to find the murderer, he should be in the Grey Disciples' courtyard. In other words, maybe one of the Grey Disciples was the murderer. But was this possible? If the Grey Disciples had this kind of ability to kill people, would they still need to hide? He should have shown his ability long ago and joined some sect. He didn't need to be a servant who was ordered around all day. Could it be that he had something to hide? In any case, he had to start investigating from the Grey Disciples' courtyard. When he wanted to go back, Mu Yu was dumbfounded. This place was connected in all directions, and he didn't know which way to go back. There were actually a lot of courtyards in the academy. They were not only specially prepared for sects, but also for rogue cultivators to rest in. Those courtyards cost spirit stones. Moreover, The Grey Disciples' courtyard was divided into more than a dozen small courtyards. There were also drainage openings on the road. There were at least 100 drainage openings in the entire academy. The academy was so big. Muyu had to turn here and there. How could he know where he turned to? Looks like I can only look one by one. Muyu sighed. Fortunately, he was prepared and brought some root grass down. He walked a few steps to the left and found an exit. He walked over and quietly poked the root grass out to observe the surrounding situation. This was an unfamiliar courtyard. There were a few cultivators chatting in the courtyard. Muyu vaguely heard them talking about the Green Pine Alliance and the Johua Alliance. The establishment of the Green Pine Alliance and the Johua Alliance had caused the entire cultivation world to pay attention to them. Muyu heard two of the disciples seemed to be arguing about something. After listening carefully, it turned out that they were thinking about whether to join the Green Pine Alliance or the Johua Alliance. However, Muyu had already confirmed from their words that this courtyard belonged to the Secluded Peace Sect. Muyu knew about the Secluded Peace Sect's courtyard. It was 3 courtyards away from the Chingsong School's courtyard. And because the Chingsong School's position was more honorable, the Grey Disciples had to listen to orders all day long. Therefore, the courtyard of the Chingsong School was right next to the Grey Disciples' courtyard. Muyu followed the route in his memory and finally found the source under the Chingsong School. However, when he turned into the source, he was shocked. He found 7 or 8 corpses in the source under the Chingsong School's courtyard. There was no doubt that these people were the Chingsong School's disciples. 7 or 8 disciples of the Chingsong School had secretly died, and the rest of the people in the Chingsong School were unaware. Presumably, they were busy preparing for the Chingsong Taoist celebration, so these people's disappearance seemed insignificant. This is strange. Why didn't the bodies of Little Tiger and the Johua School's disciples be moved down when they killed them? Muyu was puzzled. It was understandable that the murderer couldn't move Little Tiger's body in time because of his intervention. However, why didn't the 4 disciples of the Johua School hide their bodies? When Muyu saw the corpses of the Chingsong School's disciples, he couldn't feel sad. He thought, "It's a pity that you're not like Little Tiger. Otherwise, your disappearance would have attracted attention." More or less, these people died because they bullied the Grey Disciples. Among all the sects, the Chingsong School's attitude toward the Grey Disciples was the worst. They were born with an inexplicable sense of superiority and felt that they were superior to others. In fact, compared to other sects, they did have an advantage in terms of talent. If the disciples of the Chingsong School didn't ruthlessly order the Grey Disciples around, they wouldn't be able to set off their noble status. They didn't treat the Grey Disciples as human beings. In the end, they paid the price with their lives and died in a dark place forever. However, the murderer killed them because they bullied the Grey Disciples. It was a bit too much. Muyu turned around the Chingsong School's courtyard and went straight to the Grey Disciples' courtyard. However, at this moment, the sound of heavy breathing suddenly came from the corner. The sound of breathing came so suddenly that Muyu's heart almost skipped a beat. He had goosebumps all over his body. After walking for so long, all he saw in this dark and rancid sewer were dead people. The dead couldn't breathe. The only sound he could hear was the sound of rats and dripping water, as well as his own breathing. However, this sudden voice was clearly audible and somewhat deep, as if something was whispering. This was definitely not a dead person. Was it the mysterious black shadow? Muyu's heart began to beat faster. Was the black shadow a human or a demon? Could it be that he had been living in this dark place all this while? Then what did he rely on to survive? Did he rely on eating human hearts to survive? Then he was definitely not a human. The light of the shadow sword gradually dimmed. Muyu slowly approached the corner, trying not to make any sound. The sound of breathing came closer and closer. It seemed to be accompanied by some asthma. He thought to himself, does this black shadow have asthma? It's not strange to have asthma after breathing in this damned place for so long. Muyu held his breath. Should he rush over and fight with the black shadow? Wouldn't that be too rash? It would be awkward if he couldn't win. Who cares? I want to see if you're a human or a ghost. Muyu took a step forward. The shadow sword in his hand shone brightly, illuminating the entire tunnel. There was no one. How is this possible? Muyu looked at the entire passage in surprise. The breathing sound just now clearly came from here. Could it be that there was something wrong with her hearing? He felt his way into the tunnel. The sound of heavy breathing had disappeared. The tunnel was still full of claw marks, and it was a little damp. Under the illumination of the green light, Muyu found a shocking pool of blood. The blood hadn't solidified yet, which meant that it was left here not long ago. Muyu squatted down and carefully examined the pool of blood. It was a little black. He reached out and touched it. It was still warm. It looked like the blood of a human. He also saw a set of tattered clothes. It was so dirty that he didn't know how long it had been since it was washed. Just from the clothes, he couldn't tell which sect the cultivator belonged to. The tunnel became quiet again. Muyu could only hear his own breathing. He found that his breathing had become a little heavier. It was similar to the sound of breathing just now. But that's not right. Why was there a slight difference in the sound of his breathing? Different breathing? No, it was clearly two breathing sounds. Muyu felt a little cold on his neck. It was as if there was a light breath blowing on the back of his neck. That breath came so suddenly, as if it had appeared out of thin air. That heavy breathing sound was right behind him. There was someone behind him. Chapter 90. If you were in the dark without any light, and at this time, a heavy breathing sound suddenly appeared behind you out of nowhere, without any premonition, what would you do? Muyu instinctively jumped up again and hit his head again. He still didn't learn his lesson. But this time, he didn't care about the pain. He rolled forward and the shadow clone sword stabbed behind him. Ding! The shadow clone sword seemed to have hit something hard and bounced off. Muyu only saw a shadow flash by and disappear into the saws. The shadow was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. He took a deep breath and thought that it was really dangerous just now. If the shadow had attacked him, he would have been doomed. But the shadow seemed to want to avoid him and didn't want to meet him, so it chose to run away. He calmed himself down and got up. With a step, he chased after the shadow. The saws were too dark. He could only vaguely feel that the shadow was moving like a gust of wind. The shadow was extremely fast. After running for a while, it would turn a corner. It didn't stop at all and directly drifted past. It was the first time Muyu had seen such a skillful drifting technique. The saws weren't suitable for flying, so Muyu could only run. Fortunately, he had learned the mysterious dustfall steps. His body was very agile when he turned a corner, so he wasn't left behind by the shadow. But Muyu's dustfall steps was already at its peak, but he still couldn't catch up to the shadow. The shadow's speed wasn't any slower than Muyu's. The shadow seemed to be very familiar with the terrain here. At least, it was much more familiar than Muyu. The shadow made several sharp turns, trying to shake off Muyu's pursuit. From time to time, it would dodge the light from the ground. However, its speed didn't decrease. So much so that Muyu couldn't see what the shadow looked like even after chasing for a long time. If Muyu didn't have the support of the dustfall steps, he would have lost it long ago. "Stop right there," Muyu shouted. He hoped to call the self-cultivators on the ground to help him block the shadow. Unfortunately, the people on the ground probably wouldn't care about the saws. In fact, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. The other party's speed was so fast. If he had wanted to launch a sneak attack just now, he would have been injured. The aura of that black shadow was not very stable, it was only at the foundation establishment stage. Even so, Muyu was sure that this guy's strength was far beyond those foundation establishment stage cultivators. Just based on this kind of speed, it was rare to find an opponent among the foundation establishment stage cultivators. After chasing for an unknown period of time, Muyu realized that the drainage channel was getting shorter and shorter. Some of the protruding rocks almost hit his head. The black shadow nimbly dodged to the side and turned into another passage. This passageway was very long. It wasn't like the previous passageway where one could reach the end after walking for a while. In the long and narrow passage, there was only the sound of Mu Yu's clothes flapping. Just like Mu Yu, the black shadow did not make any sound under his feet. Mu Yu had already locked onto the aura of that black shadow. The light of the shadow clone sword was not enough to illuminate that black shadow, but he would not lose it. That black shadow did not have any intention of slowing down. His physical strength was still very strong. If not for the fact that Mu Yu was often forced by Enshu to run on the mountain roads and train his endurance, he would not have been able to catch up with this guy. One must know that flying was much easier than running. Swish! Mu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. The bright light shone on his eyes, causing his eyes to be dazzled. Running from a dark place to a bright place was really uncomfortable. He realized that he had unknowingly exited the passage and arrived at a small hill. Mu Yu knew about this small hill. It was near Qing Shou City. He actually left Qing Shou City. That black shadow flashed in the bushes in front of him and disappeared. Mu Yu did not have time to think as he hurriedly followed. In the spacious area, Mu Yu directly stepped on the flying sword. He did not need to run anymore and his speed was much faster. It was currently noon and the sun was shining brightly. Mu Yu finally saw what that black shadow looked like. It was really a demonic beast. This demonic beast looked like a wolf. Its entire body was as black as ink, but it had two red tails that left behind after images. Its running speed was very fast. Even if Mu Yu flew, he could not catch up with it immediately. Isn't this a rank 3 demonic beast, soul-devouring wolf? Mu Yu looked at the soul-devouring wolf in shock. When Chengyang brought them out, he would tell them about the characteristics of many demonic beasts. The soul-devouring wolf was one of them. This type of demonic beast was not common. They usually lived in the center of the demonic beast forest. Their strength was extremely tyrannical, comparable to the cultivators of the Jindan period. Ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators were not their opponents. The soul-devouring wolf was ferocious. It only ate the heart of its prey and drank its blood. It would not touch the other parts of its prey. It was a bit extravagant and wasteful. However, this was in line with the characteristics of the dead cultivators in the school. But the soul-devouring wolf did not have intelligence. Even if it had the cultivation of the Jindan period, it would not be as smart as the humans of the Jindan period. Why would this soul-devouring wolf appear in the school of Qing Shou City? Why would it attack those cultivators? Mu Yu did not think much as he continued to chase after the soul-devouring wolf. Chengyang said that the soul-devouring wolf would kill its prey when it saw it. It was very cruel. However, it clearly had the chance to kill him but did not do so. Why was that? After chasing for 2 hours, the soul-devouring wolf had already rushed into the forest. This forest was the demonic beast forest that Mu Yu had passed through in the past. There were demonic beasts everywhere. The deeper one went, the stronger the demonic beasts were. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to go too deep. Mu Yu was obviously not an ordinary cultivator. Although his cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, he had the ability to control wood. The forest was the most advantageous battlefield for him. Once the soul-devouring wolf entered the forest, it would not be able to escape from Mu Yu's palm. Shoo! Mu Yu blended into the trees and arrived at the side of the soul-devouring wolf in a short while. The branches of the trees wrapped around the soul-devouring wolf. However, the soul-devouring wolf reacted quickly. It dodged the branches controlled by Mu Yu and continued to run forward. I really don't believe that you can outrun me in the forest. Mu Yu rolled up the dew grass on the ground and firmly wrapped around the soul-devouring wolf's 4 limbs. However, the soul-devouring wolf's strength was too great. It was only tripped once before it tore off the dew grass and escaped. The branches in front swept over once again. The soul-devouring wolf leaped high into the air. Its front claws emitted a bright light. All the branches in front of its sharp claws were cut into pieces like tofu. There was no mistake. These cold claws were the sharp claws that Mu Yu saw that night. The moment the soul-devouring wolf attacked, its body was slightly blocked. Mu Yu seized the opportunity and raised his shadow clone sword. A majestic sword energy ruthlessly chopped at the soul-devouring wolf's body, causing it to fall to the ground. "Awoo!" The soul-devouring wolf cried out in pain. Scarlet blood flowed out of its back. The wound was a ghastly sight. However, its body was still swift. It flipped over and continued to run into the depths of the forest. Mu Yu originally didn't want to hurt this soul-devouring wolf because the soul-devouring wolf didn't want to kill him in the soars. However, he had no choice but to make a move. He originally thought that the soul-devouring wolf was a rank 3 monster. Its strength was equivalent to a Jindan period cultivator. It was impossible for it to be hurt by his foundation establishment stage strength. However, this soul-devouring wolf's aura didn't seem like a pure beast's aura. It lacked a wild nature and didn't have the imposing manner of the Jindan period. Other than running away, it didn't even have the thought of fighting with Mu Yu. The soul-devouring wolf's figure suddenly disappeared. A very deep cave appeared in front of him and it drilled into the cave. Mu Yu stopped in front of the cave. His previous experience taught him that he shouldn't enter carelessly. It was very unsafe without any plants. Furthermore, the soul-devouring wolf was a rank 3 monster. If it attacked, Mu Yu wouldn't have any room to fight back in the cave. He walked to the side of a ponytail pine tree. The branches of the tree moved and extended into the cave. Mu Yu's figure had already disappeared into the trees. The deeper he went into the cave, the more spacious it became. Moreover, there were some strange stones on the walls of the cave that illuminated the entire cave, making it look very bright. The cave quickly became wide and large. There were some grass clippings around it. Then, Mu Yu saw a shadow at the end. What's going on? Did he walk around? What shocked Mu Yu was that this shadow wasn't the soul-devouring wolf that Mu Yu saw. It was a person. How is this possible? Mu Yu remembered that it was the soul-devouring wolf that ran in. He glanced around the cave. There were no other exits. However, the soul-devouring wolf was gone. In its place was a thin and weak human. This human wasn't wearing any clothes. He was lying on his side and curled up. There was a scarlet scar on his back. It was left by Mu Yu's sword chi. Is this a monster? A thought appeared in Mu Yu's mind. Only the monster could transform between a human and a monster. He had already encountered a monster when he was at Mount Fu Long, so he was very cautious this time. However, it was impossible for a monster to completely transform into a human. They would more or less leave behind some characteristics of a monster. Mu Yu thought that if he went around, he might be able to see the face of a soul-devouring wolf. The tree branches rolled into the cave and stuck to the wall. Mu Yu crawled out of the tree and stood on a pile of grass clippings. There were some dirty cloth strips around the grass clippings. It looked like they had been torn to shreds by something. There was dried blood and some rocks on the ground. He blocked the shadow clone sword in front of his chest and slowly approached the monster. As long as this person made any strange movements, he would definitely not hesitate to attack. Can you, cough, can you give me a piece of clothing? The monster didn't turn around and spoke very weakly. His voice seemed to be weather-beaten, but it was like a clap of thunder in Mu Yu's ears. Although the monster could speak human language, their voices were different from humans. The guy in front of him didn't have a monster's voice, but a human's. Chapter 91. Deacon Zun? Mu Yu exclaimed. Mu Yu could still vaguely remember Deacon Zun's voice. Back in the academy, it was Deacon Zun who defended Mu Yu in front of Little Tiger. Because of this, Little Tiger held a grudge against Deacon Zun and eventually forced him into the demonic beast forest. With his chi refining stage cultivation, it was impossible for him to survive in the demonic beast forest. This was what Little Tiger had told him. But why was Deacon Zun here? So you know me. Cough. Give me a robe. Deacon Zun seemed to be seriously ill as he kept gasping for breath. The gasping sound was exactly the same as what Mu Yu had heard in the saw. Mu Yu quickly took out a robe from his universe in the sleeve and put it on Deacon Zun. Deacon Zun smiled bitterly and leaned against the wall. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "You look familiar. Which sect are you from?" Mu Yu was extremely shocked. He didn't expect to see Deacon Zun here. At this moment, Deacon Zun's white hair and beard were all bunched up. There were even some bloodstains on his face. His face was very haggard, as if he had been ill for a long time. "Deacon Zun, I'm Mu Yu. We've met before in the academy." Mu Yu squatted down and carefully touched Deacon Zun's forehead. Deacon Zun's body was very hot. He seemed to be running a high fever. Deacon Zun smiled miserably, revealing his yellow teeth. "I don't know you. I've seen so many cultivators. How can I remember everyone?" Mu Yu was speechless. He didn't know how to explain. Deacon Zun had seen almost all the disciples of all the sects. It could be said that every disciple would use the spirit testing stone in front of Deacon Zun before stepping into the cultivation world. Deacon Zun would then guide them on where to stand. Mu Yu was one of them. 2 years ago, he had only spoken to Deacon Zun twice before leaving the academy with Feng Haochen. It was normal for Deacon Zun to not remember Mu Yu. "I have some impression of you. You seem to be a disciple of the Falling Dust sect. The Falling Dust sect has never accepted a disciple from the academy. You seem to be the first one," Deacon Zun said with a frown. Mu Yu nodded with all his might as a sense of guilt welled up in his heart. It was all because of him that Little Tiger bore a grudge against him and almost caused him to lose his life. Fortunately, he managed to survive the calamity and kept his life. If there was anything that could be made up for, Mu Yu would do it without hesitation. "Why are you chasing me? Are you here to kill me?" Deacon Zun asked while gasping for breath. "I thought you were the soul-devouring wolf that killed people." "Wait, are you that wolf?" Mu Yu's eyes widened. How was this possible? How could this person be the soul-devouring wolf? Deacon Zun's eyes flickered with a cold glint. Those people deserved to die. Mu Yu fell silent. He didn't know whether those people deserved to die or not. Perhaps the dead cultivators had their reasons to be hateful. However, he still felt that this was a bit too much. But all of this confused him. How could that soul-devouring wolf be Deacon Zun? Deacon Zun was alone. He was killed by Little Tiger. But why was he here now? "You didn't come to kill me. I didn't sense any killing intent from you." Deacon Zun looked at Mu Yu. Mu Yu nodded. "What's your relationship with that soul-devouring wolf?" This question caused Deacon Zun's eyes to reveal a trace of pain. He said with some resentment, "That bastard from Chingsong School tricked me into coming to this demonic beast forest and attracted a group of demonic beasts. He was the one who caused me to become like this. Cough, cough. But I've finally gotten my revenge. That's one thing off my mind." Mu Yu knew that Deacon Zun was referring to Little Tiger. Little Tiger was already dead. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would die in the hands of a soul-devouring wolf. Furthermore, this soul-devouring wolf was closely related to Deacon Zun. Mu Yu placed his hand on Deacon Zun's back and transferred his spiritual energy into Deacon Zun's body. Deacon Zun's body was in a terrible condition. All of his bones seemed to be worn out as if they were being squeezed by something. His meridians were also severely damaged. His internal organs were squeezed together. Mu Yu really didn't know how he had been able to hold on until now. "Why are you healing me? Since you know me, you should also know that I'm just a grey disciple, right?" Deacon Zun's face slowly regained some color. He looked at Mu Yu with some surprise. "You might have forgotten, but I was also a grey disciple back then. When I was humiliated by Little Tiger, you were on my side. Therefore, I didn't look down on any grey disciple. Moreover, I also treat you as an elder," Mu Yu said softly. Deacon Zun was slightly stunned. He didn't think that there would be someone who respected him so much. Generally, cultivators from sects wouldn't be so polite to grey disciples. All of the cultivators from sects would speak in a high and mighty tone in front of grey disciples. "It's rare for you to be so considerate. You're quite smart. So many people didn't discover the missing people of the academy, but you did." Mu Yu sighed and said, "Those people were killed by you, right? Can you tell me what your relationship with the soul-devouring wolf is?" I'm that soul-devouring wolf. Deacon Zun laughed at himself. Mu Yu had already mentally prepared himself. However, he still found it hard to accept this fact. How could a person be a soul-devouring wolf? Unless the soul-devouring wolf was from the demon clan. However, Deacon Zun didn't seem to be from the demon clan. He didn't have the characteristics of a soul-devouring wolf from head to toe. After I was abandoned in this forest, I was attacked by demon beasts. However, I was lucky enough to survive. A soul-devouring wolf and an indigo lion bull probably fought over me, their food. The soul-devouring wolf won, but it was on the verge of death. It ignored me and hid in this cave. I crawled in, killed the soul-devouring wolf, and then swallowed its demon spirit. Deacon Zun spoke casually. However, Mu Yu could imagine the desperate scene. 2 rank 3 demon beasts fought, and Deacon Zun was only at the chi refinement stage. He could only wait for death. However, there was always a way out. He actually found a chance to survive and swallowed the soul-devouring wolf's demon spirit. The soul-devouring wolf's demon spirit wasn't something I could withstand. Its power was too overbearing. At that time, I felt like my entire body was about to explode. There was a strange fruit in this cave. I didn't know what it was. I only knew that I wanted to quench my thirst, so I ate the fruit. After that, I lost consciousness. Deacon Zun continued, when I woke up, I discovered that I had turned into a wolf. That feeling was too terrifying. I wanted to kill. I wanted to eat something. I lost my mind and rushed out. I don't know how many demon beasts I killed. When I regained my senses, I was here again, and I turned back into a human. Mu Yu was speechless. He had heard from Cheng Yang that a soul-devouring flower would grow in the soul-devouring wolf's cave. When the soul-devouring flower bore fruit, the soul-devouring wolf would eat the soul-devouring fruit. It would grow a second tail, and its cultivation would skyrocket. Ordinary rank 3 demon beasts were simply no match for it. Deacon Zun had unintentionally devoured the soul-devouring wolf's demon spirit and ate the soul-devouring fruit. This kind of power wasn't something a human could withstand. Perhaps this was the reason for his mutation. However, this mutation was very rare. Mu Yu had never heard of a human being able to turn into a demon beast. Deacon Zun's face revealed a trace of pain. He didn't know why he had turned into a half-human half-beast. In order to survive, he had to hunt demon beasts. The feeling of killing was very terrifying, and it almost made him lose his mind as a human. Fortunately, his willpower was relatively strong, and he was always able to restrain himself in time. That was a year ago. Now, I discovered that I can freely control my human form and soul-devouring wolf form. I know what my food is. I need the hearts of demon beasts, and I only eat hearts. I fought in this forest for a few months. Finally, one day, I met a cultivator. That cultivator used to torture grey disciples like me in every possible way. I couldn't control myself, so I killed him. That was the first time I tasted a human heart. So you couldn't control yourself and went to the academy to hunt those cultivators who bullied the grey disciples? Mu Yu asked in a daze. That's right. I like human hearts, but I still have reason. I know that I can't casually kill people. Every time I saw those high and mighty cultivators casually beating up the grey disciples, I always felt angry. I always felt that a place like the academy shouldn't exist in this world. I know everything about the academy. I stayed there my whole life, and I know every inch of the land there like the back of my hand. I know the structure of the academy, and I also know how to enter the academy without anyone noticing. You also saw those tunnels I dug. So, I decided to start looking for the hearts of cultivators as my food. Deacon Zun's face revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Then how do you know who is bullying the grey disciples? You don't dare to appear outside the academy every day, do you? Mu Yu felt that Deacon Zun's way of doing things was very extreme. Mu Yu had never liked killing people. However, it was also a fact that the grey disciples' lives were regarded as worthless by cultivators. Grey disciples were often injured by cultivators. Many sects' cultivators were extremely excessive in this regard. He didn't know which side he should stand on. I've been managing the academy for so many years. Don't tell me that I don't trust any of the Grey disciples. Every day, I let them throw the names of the cultivators who bullied the Grey disciples into the sores. Every night, I would enter the courtyard, knock them out with drugs, drag them into the sores, kill them, and eat their heart. With my speed, it was more than enough to deal with those building foundation stage disciples. Deacon Zun smiled, revealing his mouth full of yellow teeth. There was actually a trace of ferocity in it. Then why did you kill Xiaohu and the Zhouhua school's disciples directly instead of dragging them into the sores? Them? Humph. They are usually the most arrogant, and they punish us, the Grey disciples, the most ruthless. I simply let the world know how they died. This way, I can vent my anger, especially people like Xiaohu. His death can be said to be a heavy slap to the Qingsong school's face. Deacon Zun laughed. After being bullied for so long, he suddenly found that one day, he had the ability to fight back. This kind of feeling was very strange. Mu Yu felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that Deacon Zun was no longer the meek old man he used to be. Now, he had become somewhat ruthless. In his eyes, the lives of those people were worthless. He only wanted to take revenge on those cultivators who had once looked down on him. Why didn't you kill me when you were in the sores? Why did you tell me these things? Deacon Zun shook his head and said, I don't want to kill the innocent. You didn't bully the Grey disciples, so I can't kill you. Besides, someone told me that you taught the disciples of the Qingsong school and the Zhouhua school a lesson the day before yesterday. How could I kill you? He actually paid attention to principles when doing things. Mu Yu stood up. You said that you don't want to kill the innocent, but you have already killed the innocent. Although those people were abominable, there was no reason for them to die. You shouldn't take their lives so easily. You killed Xiaohu. With the Qingsong Taoist's nascent soul stage cultivation, do you think he can't find out? Qingsong Taoist? Humph. Even in his dreams, he wouldn't think that I would kill people underground, would he? Deacon Zun said disdainfully. Mu Yu sighed. It's not that beautiful. I just checked your body. Your body is very bad. I'm afraid you'll suffer a lot when you transform into a wolf and a human, right? Your muscles, bones, and internal organs are all deformed. How can you bear this kind of pain? After you transform back into a human, you have no strength at all. If you go on like this, what will you do if you fail one day? Deacon Zun clenched his teeth. I know I'm dying. I'm afraid that if I transform a few more times, I'll die of exhaustion. My body is too weak to bear the power of the soul-devouring wolf. But as long as I'm still alive, I'll kill a cultivator who bullied the Grey disciples. I only hope that the Grey disciples can be treated better and not be ordered around like dogs all day long. After being a Grey disciple for a lifetime, he knew that the life of a Grey disciple was not for a human to live. After he obtained the power of the soul-devouring wolf, he wanted to take revenge. He wanted to do something within his power to improve the situation of the Grey disciples. This was Deacon Zun's most straightforward method. Deacon Zun wasn't the Qingsong Taoist. He didn't have the power to change the current situation of the Grey disciples. He could only rely on himself. Mu Yu didn't feel good about the miserable state of the Grey disciples. However, he also found it hard to accept Deacon Zun's extreme method. Mu Yu also thought that a place like the school shouldn't exist. But how much could Deacon Zun change by doing this? You knew that I would stop you, right? Mu Yu was silent for a long time. Then, he spoke. Deacon Zun smiled. Of course you can. You can kill me now. That would be a kind of relief. I worked as a servant in the school and dreamed of becoming an immortal cultivator all my life. But I ended up like this. This is worse than death. If I don't eat the heart, I will lose my mind. I can't live like a normal person. I gave my whole life to the school. Before I leave, I have to leave something behind. Deacon Zun, do you still remember what a child said to you? If one day he has the power, he will definitely come back and take you away from the school. I'm that child. I don't want you to leave the school by dying. I hope you can come with me to the Falling Dust sect. I will definitely find a way to cure you. I will make you a real cultivator. A decent cultivator identity. Isn't that what you want? Mu Yu sat down again and looked at Deacon Zun earnestly. Deacon Zun was startled. All his life, he had hoped to gain the favor of some sect elder. Whether it was becoming an attendant or a servant, at least he would have the identity of a cultivator. He wouldn't have to suffer the wrath of everyone in the school. However, no one had taken a fancy to his aptitude. Many times, he had wondered why he had spent his whole life pursuing the immortal cultivation dream. Mu Yu's words moved him a little, but he still shook his head. No, I know my time is coming. I don't want anything now. I just want to kill a few people. I want to vent all the resentment in my life. That will be enough. Deacon Zun laughed bitterly. He was so miserable, like a candle flickering in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, he still hoped that he could change something for the Grey disciples. Chapter 92. When Mu Yu stood up, the stones on the surrounding walls suddenly emitted a strange light that shone on his body. This light made Mu Yu feel as if he was immersed in mucus. Immediately after, he found that he couldn't move at all. It was difficult for him to even circulate the spiritual energy in his body. Mu Yu was shocked. There was a terrifying force that was forcefully suppressing him, causing his spiritual energy to be unable to circulate. He felt that it was extremely strenuous for him to even lift his arm. He felt as if he was carrying a heavy weight on his back. Don't struggle. With your current foundation establishment stage cultivation, it is impossible for you to break free. Deacon Zun supported himself against the wall and tried to stand up. However, he failed twice. His body was too weak, and he had just been injured by Mu Yu. His situation wasn't optimistic at all. He gasped for breath. After a long time, he said, "This cave of the soul-devouring wolf is very precious. The shiny stones on the surrounding walls are not simple. If I'm not wrong, these are the legendary purple gold spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within them is thousands of times more than ordinary spirit stones." Purple gold spirit stones? Mu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Naturally, he had heard of the purple gold spirit stones. This kind of thing was incomparably precious. One purple gold spirit stone was equivalent to tens of thousands of ordinary spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained within was extremely boundless. It had a huge effect on increasing a cultivator's cultivation speed. It was a treasure that many people yearned for even in their dreams. This kind of thing was extremely rare. If one appeared in the cultivation world, it would be fought over by tens of thousands of people. However, there were so many of them here. It was unknown how many years they had been buried. This was a huge fortune. If other people in the cultivation world were to find out about this, it would definitely cause a reign of terror. Even the Qingsong Taoist and Daoist Zhouhua wouldn't be able to resist fighting over it. Many people think that I am just the head of a servant. However, they don't know that I am obsessed with cultivation. I have thoroughly researched many things in the cultivation world. I also have a certain level of attainment in the research of array formations. Even the array formations in the various courtyards of the academy were designed by me. It is not difficult for me to set up an array formation. No matter what kind of array formation it is, it uses spirit stones as the foundation. I can use these purple gold spirit stones to trap you. I once tried to use these purple gold spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering formation, gathering all the spirit chi in the area where you are standing. Unfortunately, my body is too old and my aptitude is poor. I can't withstand such rich spirit chi, so I had to give up. Later, I casually adjusted the position of a few purple gold spirit stones and made it into a spirit-suppressing array. It will make the people in the array unable to mobilize the spirit chi in their bodies and thus make them unable to move, Deacon Zun said with a smile. Do you intend to trap me to death? Mu Yu asked in a low voice. He glanced at the branches at the entrance of the cave and tried to lead them over. Unfortunately, he couldn't touch the branches and couldn't control them. He was a little regretful. He shouldn't have let the tree branch leave his body. He did have some root grasses in his universe in a sleeve, but he couldn't drill into them in front of Deacon Zun. Let me see. Deacon Zun sat for a while and finally regained the strength to stand up. He staggered along the wall, pulling out a purple gold spirit stone from time to time and stuffing it into another crevice. This process took him a lot of time. Every time he pulled out a spirit stone, he had to take a few breaths before continuing. After he fiddled with the purple gold spirit stones, Muyu suddenly found that he could move again. However, he was surrounded by an invisible barrier and still couldn't get out. I'll give you a good fortune. Consider it my thanks for not killing me and healing me. Deacon Zun coughed a few times and his face turned pale. He moved a piece of purple gold spirit stone, and then the spirit chi around Muyu began to become incomparably rich. The pure spirit chi continuously washed Muyu's body, and the spirit chi in his body also began to circulate. The array forced out all the spirit chi contained in the purple gold spirit stone and poured it into the array. Cultivating under such conditions could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Muyu was shocked to feel the rich spirit chi around him. He felt that if he cultivated here for a day, it would be equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. It was really extravagant to spend so many purple gold spirit stones on himself. You should stay here and cultivate properly. I've estimated that these spirit stones will probably trap you for a month. You're a good kid, and I don't want you to die. You should be free after a month. As for me, Deacon Zun smiled bitterly. I don't think my body can hold on for a month. Do you still want to go to the school? Muyu felt very sad. Deacon Zun was still kind at the bottom of his heart. He knew that he didn't have much time left, so he actually gave Muyu such a great opportunity. In order to prevent the Grey Disciples from being bullied in the future, Deacon Zun planned to take away a few more pretentious self-cultivators before his life came to an end. He believed that the Grey Disciples would be better off if there were fewer such self-cultivators in the world. He couldn't liberate all the Grey Disciples, so he could only rely on this method to reduce the Grey Disciples' pain. If I'm still alive after a month, I'll come back here and slowly wait for my death. At that time, I hope you can bury me on a high mountain after I die. It's best if it's a place where I can see Qingshou City. I hope that one day, I can see Qingshou City's school destroyed. Deacon Zun looked at Muyu quietly. His biggest wish in this life was to become a cultivator with his head held high. But now, it seemed impossible. He understood that all this was caused by the Grey Disciple system of the school. His current injustice was that the school no longer had Grey Disciples, and the Grey Disciples no longer served all the self-cultivators so humbly. However, now that the Qingsong Taoist and Reverend Jiuhua had become nascent soul supremacies, even if the Qingsong Alliance and Qingsong Alliance were established in the future, it wouldn't change the status of the Grey Disciples in the slightest. With the Qingsong Taoist and Reverend Jiuhua, it was impossible for the school to disappear, and the Grey Disciples would continue to come in. More and more Grey Disciples came in waves to enter the school. Every Grey Disciple had the goal of becoming an immortal, so they silently endured the attitude of the High and Mighty Alliance disciples. They didn't dare to resist when they were beaten or scolded, and they didn't have the ability to resist. Deacon Zun had lived his whole life looking at other people's faces, so he knew the sorrow well. He hoped that this kind of sorrow wouldn't appear on the younger generation with poor talent. Muyu looked at him. This old man, who had lived such a sad life, was kind, sensible, and full of killing intent. He used the rest of his life to reap the lives of self-cultivators, so that the Grey Disciples' lives could be slightly smoother. Deacon Zun was powerless to change the injustice of the self-cultivator world. He could only rely on his own meager strength to maintain a little justice. His justice was bloody, but he didn't know if it was the right path. Should the Grey Disciples be ordered around by others? Should the self-cultivators who bullied the Grey Disciples be killed? Was Deacon Zun right to kill those arrogant self-cultivators? Who could tell if the path in this world was righteous or evil? Muyu remembered what his master often told him: when you feel that you have a clear conscience, your path is righteous. Deacon Zun did this with a clear conscience. He only killed those who bullied the Grey Disciples and didn't kill Muyu. In his eyes, his path was righteous. Are you really not going to consider what I said? Mu Yu's heart was very heavy. He knew that if Deacon Zun continued to do this kind of thing, sooner or later, he would become the public enemy of the self-cultivator world. The people of the school weren't fools. One day, they would find Deacon Zun and catch him. When that time came, Deacon Zun's fate would be very miserable. Follow you to the falling dust sect and be your servant? Deacon Zun asked with a smile. He gradually remembered Mu Yu from 2 years ago. At that time, Mu Yu told Deacon Zun very seriously that if Mu Yu had the ability one day, he would definitely come back to help Deacon Zun leave the school. You know that's not what I meant. I just want to help you. Mu Yu shook his head. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Deacon Zun stood up for him at that time, and Mu Yu would never forget this. Actually, I've heard about you. I know that your name is Mu Yu, and I also know that you defeated the insufferably arrogant genius of Qingsong School, Xiaohu. Your future is limitless, and I can't have great achievements. I've been a servant my whole life, so it makes no difference to me to be your servant. However, I know the current situation in the self-cultivator world. Those disciples told me that the self-cultivator world will only have Qingsong School and Zhohua School in the future. If I follow you, I'm afraid those people won't let me go. Instead, I'll implicate you. Deacon Zun sighed. Maybe Mu Yu had the ability to save him from the abyss of suffering, but what he had done now meant that he could no longer have a foothold in the self-cultivator world. Once the matter was exposed, what awaited him would be a disaster. He couldn't be a burden to anyone else. When I was bullied by Xiaohu as a grey disciple, you spoke up for me. Do you know how important that was to me? You showed me another side of the self-cultivator world, and I've always been grateful to you. I just want to repay you. I dared to provoke Qingsong School and Zhohua School. Do you think I'm afraid of being implicated by you? Mu Yu said. Deacon Zun was silent. He didn't expect that his actions at that time would make Mu Yu so grateful, but he was unwilling to let those people go. For a quarter of an hour, no one spoke. The two of them were silent. Then, Deacon Zun broke the silence. 1 month. I'll stop after 1 month. If I'm still alive after 1 month, you can do whatever you want. After Deacon Zun finished speaking, his face suddenly revealed a pained expression. He roared and jumped up high. All the bones in his body were trembling. Then, he turned back into a soul-devouring wolf. There was no trace of ferocity in the soul-devouring wolf's eyes. There was only the vicissitudes and tiredness of Deacon Zun's life, which were full of desolation. Deacon Zun shook his body. Turning back into a wolf made him feel less painful. Sometimes, being a wolf seemed to be easier than being a human. He slowly left the cave. About 2 hours later, Deacon Zun came back with a string of fruits and a few demonic beasts in his mouth. He howled twice in a low voice, and then never came back. Mu Yu's mood was very complicated. He looked at the mellow spirit gathering formation and understood that he would have to stay in this formation for a month. Now that his master's whereabouts were unknown and his cultivation was not high, it was impossible for him to compete with the Qingsong Taoist, let alone the red-clothed young man behind the Qingsong Taoist. The most important thing for him now was to improve his strength. Chapter 93. In the world of cultivators, there were always all kinds of unreconciled things. Everyone always wanted to do something to fill the unwillingness in their hearts, even if that thing was insignificant. Because they didn't have the ability to subvert the whole world, they wanted to improve it a little. Deacon Zun returned to the academy. He thought that if there were fewer self-cultivators who did not know how to respect others in the cultivation world, the Grey disciples would have a better life in the future. Therefore, he wanted to do his best to improve the situation. Mu Yu also didn't like the darkness and fighting in the world of cultivators. In this world where strength was respected, those with higher cultivation would rule those with lower cultivation. For treasures, brothers could turn against each other, but for selfish desires, human lives didn't matter. In the world of cultivators, the evil of human nature was obvious. However, Mu Yu still loved this world. He had people he cared about, and the people he cared about also cared about him. Because of the fetters, he knew what he wanted to pursue. Mu Yu knew what he lacked. It was time and strength. He had his own talent, but he didn't have time to develop it. Time didn't give him enough strength. Therefore, when Deacon Zun gave him a good fortune, he understood that this was his chance. Pure spiritual energy rolled in and shrouded Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu sat quietly with his legs crossed. The spiritual energy in his body was already rotating, leading the spiritual energy into his body and circling around his dantian. The spiritual energy entered the body and was transformed into spiritual energy through his dantian, broadening the meridians in the body. It was a slow process, but in this spirit-gathering array, the speed increased by 100 times. Under the guidance of the falling dust cultivation method, a steady stream of spiritual energy washed the meridians in his body. He absorbed the spiritual energy over and over again, even forgetting the time. He only knew that this precious spiritual energy might be hard to come by in the future. 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 1 month of cultivation in the past. This kind of terrifying cultivation speed would make anyone ecstatic. At this moment, the world of cultivators was very peaceful. Every sect had no choice but to compromise because they didn't have the ability to resist. Nascent soul venerables could cover the sky with one hand. If they didn't agree, the foundation left by their ancestors would be destroyed. But if they agreed, the foundation would remain, just under a different name. Everyone knew that whether it was the Pine Tree Alliance or the Johua Alliance, it was impossible for them to place so many disciples in the same place. The mountain gate of each school would not disappear just like that. Instead, it would continue to exist in the form of submitting to the 2 great schools. However, it was likely that each school would be managed in the same way as the Qingsong School and the Johua School by a designated leader. The so-called Qingsong School Alliance and Johua Alliance were just names. In reality, every disciple would still be in their own school, but the cultivation methods they would receive would be uniformly regulated by either the Qingsong School or the Johua School. The Qingsong School or the Johua School would also send elders to each school. In this way, they would gradually change a school, encroach on a school, and turn the school into a subordinate of the Qingsong School. After all, reform needed to be done step by step. It was unrealistic to change the current structure of every sect all at once. The cultivation world seemed to be very peaceful, but in reality, it was surging with undercurrents. The Johua School and the Qingsong School were secretly interfering with the choices of the people of each school. The people of the small schools were already in a state of panic. No matter which school they chose, they would offend the other school. Moreover, the opinions within the schools were not unified. Many schools even had internal strife because of this. The Qiantian School's Boyang Daoren sat in the seat of honor with an ashen face. The several elders below him were already arguing endlessly about which school to join. Naturally, it's better to join the Qingsong School. The Qingsong Taoist used to suppress Zhenren Johua. The strength of the Qingsong School is also obvious to all. If we join the Qingsong School, it will also be beneficial for the future development of our school. A red-faced old Taoist insisted on his opinion. Senior brother Boyuan, you're wrong. The Qingsong Taoist's disciple, Xiaohu, was killed. The murderer has yet to be brought to justice. We all know that this matter must have been done by the Johua School. However, the Qingsong Taoist did not go to the Johua School to ask for an explanation. Doesn't this mean that the Qingsong Taoist is afraid of Zhenren Johua? In my opinion, joining the Johua School is the right choice. A grey-robed nun sneered. This nun looked to be in her 40s and was still charming. However, she was actually in her 80s and her cultivation level was at the first layer of the Golden Core realm. Junior Sister Bohua, everyone knows that you had an ambiguous relationship with the Johua School's Daoist 7 birds. I'm afraid you're saying this because you can't wait to see your old lover, right? A short and fat old Taoist with a curly beard laughed. Bopping, if you talk nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue. Reverend Bowa glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Come and try if you have the ability, old Taoist Bopping said while twirling his beard. Are you guys done messing around? Do you still have any respect for me, the head of the school? Boyang Daoren slapped the table, and the wooden table turned into powder. The school is about to perish. Instead of thinking about how to continue the incense of your ancestors, you're thinking about how to submit to others and who to submit to. In the future, how will you face your ancestors in the underworld? Daoist Bo Xing, who had a goatee and had not spoken, smiled. Head of the school, you know the current situation better than anyone else. If the inheritance left by our ancestors is so useful, why can't our school raise its head in the cultivation world? Now, we can only go with the flow. Maybe it can give our school a chance to survive. What's more, Daoist Bo Xing suddenly showed a mocking expression. It doesn't matter whether or not we have any respect for you, the head of the school, because in the future, the head of this school may change hands. Impudent. Boyang Daoren stood up. His cultivation base of the 5th layer of Jindan burst out. He angrily looked at Daoist Bo Xing, and the anger in his heart could no longer be concealed. The other people's faces changed. Daoist Bo Xing also stood up. He was forced to retreat a few steps by Boyang Daoren, but he still had a smile on his face. Senior brother, so what if your cultivation base is high? You can only vent your anger on us. How will you face Reverend Zhouhua? Reverend Zhouhua said that whoever is in charge of this school will be in charge of it. Bo Xing, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you've been bribed by Zhouhua school? Bu Yuan also stood up and scolded. Bo Xing lazily glanced at his fellow apprentices and said, I can't say that I've been bribed. I'm indebted to Reverend Zhouhua for taking a fancy to me. I'm just adapting to the circumstances. Head of the school, you've been in charge for so many years, but our school has never been able to develop. Not to mention that you've also appreciated and had a good personal relationship with the ridiculous Falling Dust School. If you don't think about making progress, you'll be letting down your ancestors. Daoist Bo Xing fearlessly looked at Boyang Daoren. The elders of the Zhouhua school had already found him and promised that if the Qiantian school surrendered to the Zhouhua school, they would support him to become the new head of the Qiantian school. With the support of the elders of the Zhouhua school, what did he have to fear? Brother Bo Xing's words are reasonable. It's just a pity that young master Bai Liang of the Qingsong school also came looking for me a few days ago. Like you, I adapt to the circumstances. I'm afraid that we'll have to serve different masters in the future. The Qiantian school may not necessarily have you as the head of the school. The short and fat Daoist Bo Ping said unhurriedly. You. Boyang Daoren looked at his two fellow apprentices. They had already switched sides and were beginning to deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors to discuss who would become the head of the school. Boyang Daoren suddenly laughed. He felt very sad. His fellow apprentices had been arguing for decades, but he always thought that everyone was working hard for their own school. He didn't expect that it was just his own wishful thinking. When disaster strikes, everyone flies separately. This sentence was really right. Good. 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 Boyang Daoren said good 3 times in a row. The momentum of his whole body suddenly dissipated, and he suddenly became so old. After becoming the head of the Qiantian school, he had been cautious and conscientious, not daring to slack off for even a moment. He only hoped that the Qiantian school could get out of its current predicament as soon as possible. And this year, his disciple Jiu Etian had finally fought hard and won 3rd place. He had already seen the hope of the school's future. The development of the Qiantian school was just around the corner, but he didn't want to be directly extinguished by 2 nascent soul cultivators. Now that his fellow apprentices had also begun to rebel, for a moment he was isolated and helpless. A wave of tiredness hit him, and he felt very tired. You guys, very good. Daoist Bo Yong slowly turned around. His body suddenly became crooked, as though he was an old man in his twilight years, causing others to feel sad for him. He didn't look at his fellow apprentices who were still arguing. He left the hall alone and walked to the back of the mountain. He came to the ancestral hall of the ancestors and knelt down in front of the ancestors. Master. Jiu Etian also came in and knelt down beside Boyang Daoren. He was not good with words, and he didn't know what to say at this moment. Etienne, do you also think that I'm useless? Boyang Daren's voice was no longer as cheerful as before. It became very sad, as if he had suddenly aged more than 10 years. The heavy burden of the school had been on him for so many years, and he had persevered. But today, he was bitterly disappointed. He couldn't help but ask himself, what had he been persevering for so many years? No, master, it's them who are ungrateful and deceiving you. I know that the people from Qingsong School and Jiuhua School came to you first, but you rejected them. That's why they were successful. No matter what master does, I believe that master is right. Jiyu Etienne said firmly. Boyang Daoren looked at Jiyu Etienne with relief. At least there was someone who supported him. Although Jiyu Etienne was usually stubborn and didn't listen to anyone in the school, he only listened to Boyang Daoren. That day, Boyang Daoren took a fancy to Jiyu Etienne from a group of grey disciples and took him as his disciple. Although Jiyu Etienne's talent was mediocre, he was hardworking. A few months ago, he defeated the geniuses of other schools, making everyone look at him in a new light. Boyang Daren's proudest thing in his life was taking Jiyu Etienne as his disciple. With your talent, I'm afraid that Qingsong School and Jiuhua School will take you away. Your future is not in Qiantian School, and I don't want to restrict you. No matter which school you join, I won't object. I just hope that when Qiantian School faces a crisis in the future, you can help it. I'll be satisfied. Boyang Daoren lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the incense burner. He bowed respectfully, picked up the horsetail whisk, and brushed the dust off the memorial tablet. Master, I'm a disciple of Qiantian School. I won't join any school. Wherever master is, I'll be there. Jiyu Etienne said. Boyang Daoren smiled. You don't have to comfort me. I'm old. Following me will only delay you. It's enough that you have the heart. If you don't want to join Qingsong School and Jiuhua School, then go down the mountain. Go as far as you can. Go to a place where they can't find you. The path of body cultivation is too difficult. You have to go on by yourself. If you have the ability, go out of the Moyun Mountains and explore the outside world. The ancient books left by the ancestors said that the real cultivation world is outside the Moyun Mountains. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to go out. There are many high-level monsters there. If you want to go out, you must be careful. Jiyu Etienne shook his head. Master, I won't go. Don't. Boyang Daoren patted Jiyu Etienne on the shoulder. Don't worry. I won't go to the underground to meet my ancestors so soon. Those heartless guys deceived their masters and destroyed their ancestors. If I leave, the ancestral hall won't be safe. I won't care about the school in the future. They can do whatever they want. As long as I'm alive, I'll guard it. I can't protect the foundation left by the ancestors, but I can't let others tarnish the memorial tablet of the ancestors. Jiyu Etienne looked at Boyang Daoren. He knew how to go. He kowtowed 3 times to Boyang Daoren, then turned and left without saying anything. He didn't have the ability to protect his master or his school now. Only by becoming stronger could he change all of this. The road he walked was difficult and dangerous, but he had to go on for the belief in his heart. Chapter 94. People went missing in the school every day. However, the school was a place where crooks mixed with honest folk. People came and went. Even if someone went missing in the school, it was assumed that they had left the school and went somewhere else. No one would have thought that a black shadow would appear in the school every night. It would come and go like a ghost, reaping the lives of every cultivator who bullied the grey disciples and keeping them in the school forever. However, there was always a fire in the paper. 1 or 2 missing people might not attract attention, but when many people went missing in the school, careful people would find some clues. It was impossible for the black shadow to come and go without a trace forever. When someone really investigated this matter, they would find some witnesses. Xiaohu's death caused a great sensation. This was a matter of face, so Qingsong School could not ignore it. Combined with the mysterious disappearance of many disciples in the school, the investigators of Chingsong School began to pay attention to some details that had been overlooked before. In the dark and damp drainage channel, Deacon Zun lay in the passage. He gasped for breath and coughed continuously. Every time he coughed, his body would tremble severely. Sometimes he could hardly breathe. It seems that I can't hold on for more than a few days. Deacon Zun closed his eyes. After a long time, he exhaled heavily. He thought of Mu Yu, who was trapped in the cave of the soul-eating wolf. We know each other. I may not even have the strength to go back. After he escapes, will he come here to take my body out? Deacon Zun's face was as pale as a sheet of white paper because he had not seen the sun for many days. When he was in his human form, he was only in the qi refining stage. When he was in his wolf form, he was only in the foundation establishment stage. Sometimes he would laugh at himself. His talent was so poor that he had tarnished a noble species like the soul-eating wolf. When a soul-eating wolf reached adulthood, it was a demonic beast that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the cultivators of the Jindan period. However, he was only in the foundation establishment stage. The moment he transformed into a soul-devouring wolf was very painful. All of his bones and internal organs were being squeezed, but the soul-devouring wolf's speed and strength made him obsessed. He could easily take down a foundation establishment stage cultivator. This was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Every time he saw those high and mighty cultivators in the foundation establishment stage die in his hands, he felt that the evil in his heart was reduced a little. It was just that the evil aura had lessened, but the evil aura had intensified. When he first transformed into a soul-devouring wolf, his mind was always filled with thoughts of slaughter. However, he was able to forcefully restrain that desire. He could remain clear-headed and quietly abduct those people in his wolf form without alerting others. Now that he had transformed into a soul-devouring wolf, his consciousness was unable to control his wolf nature. He knew that if he transformed a few more times, he would never be able to turn back into a human again. Sure. Once again, Deacon Zun heard the sound of a ball of paper falling into the drain. This piece of paper was from one of the Grey disciples. The disciple in grey was named Ju Sinyu. He used to be the person he valued the most. He was diligent and down-to-earth. He also longed to step into the ranks of cultivators one day so that he would not have to suffer in the academy for the rest of his life. Therefore, when Deacon Zun secretly found him and discussed this plan with him, he agreed to it. Deacon Zun struggled to crawl over and pick it up. Then, he looked at it under the dim light. Liu Yu sect, Mo Ziyu, who lives in the left wing, broke the left arm of Lu Xiaohui, a disciple of the academy. Deacon Zun clenched his fists and tore the note to shreds. Every time he received a note, it meant that another Grey disciple was injured and crippled. This made him feel very uncomfortable. They were all humans. Why would the high and mighty cultivators be so ruthless when they were unhappy? The lives of the Grey disciples were really worthless. I can't kill many people. I'll kill as many as I can. Deacon Zun looked at the sky. It would be dark in 4 hours. He found a comfortable place to lie down. The drain was damp and cold. Fortunately, his body had become stronger because of the soul-devouring wolf demon spirit. Otherwise, he would freeze to death here. His whole body was emitting a stench and the smell of a wolf. Even the rats in the drain did not dare to approach him. The moon climbed up the branches. He liked to look at the moon the most. Every night when he saw the moon, he wanted to howl and vent all the dissatisfaction in his heart. However, he could not howl. He had to restrain himself. Otherwise, he would wake up the others in the academy. He did not have to howl to vent his dissatisfaction. He could also vent his dissatisfaction by seeing blood. Deacon Zun got up. A painful expression appeared on his face again. His whole body changed rapidly. Soon, a soul-devouring wolf with messy hair appeared in the drain. The hair on his whole body had scabbed. There were many places where his skin was exposed. His 2 tails also looked very tired. The soul-devouring wolf was a little dispirited. It whimpered and panted heavily. It shook its body and slowly walked toward the drain of the Liu Yu sect's courtyard. Its sharp claws flashed with cold light. It cut a whole piece of the drain open like cutting tofu. Then, it flashed into the courtyard. The candlelight in the left wing room had been extinguished. That Mo Ziyu should have fallen asleep. The consequence of not treating the Grey Disciples as humans was that they could no longer be humans. He stretched out his sharp claws and pushed open the window. Then, he rushed in. His eyes were shining in the dark. He could vaguely see a person lying on the bed. That was the target. He flicked his sharp claws. His claws had a paralyzing poison. As long as he lightly scratched the skin of a self-cultivator, the self-cultivator would fall into a coma. He pounced over. His claws were already in front of him. It was so easy to succeed. It made him happy. He could not kill this Mo Ziyu here. He had to drag him into the drain and devour his heart. Bang! The window that he just came in from was suddenly closed. Before Deacon Zun could react, the lights in the room lit up. He did not know when, but there were already a few people standing in the room. Everyone had their own magic weapons lit up in their hands. Very good. You did not lie. There really is a soul-devouring wolf. Bai Liang snorted coldly. Why is Bai Liang here? Deacon Zun panicked. He retreated to the door and saw a young man trembling behind Bai Liang. It was the Grey Disciple, Ju Xinyu, who gave him the paper notes every day. Why is Ju Xinyu here? He should not be here. Ju Xinyu looked at the soul-devouring wolf that had turned into Deacon Zun in fear. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a trace of ruthlessness. He was a Grey Disciple. After so many years in the academy, he knew that it was almost impossible for him to stand out. The only one who could help him was Deacon Zun. Deacon Zun seemed to have understood something. When I catch this beast, you will no longer be a Grey Disciple, Bai Liang said to Ju Xinyu. Deacon Zun's heart sank. He suddenly understood that he had been betrayed. The Grey Disciple that he had always protected stood on the side of the self-cultivators and sold him out. The truth behind the bloody case of the academy would be revealed. In order to get rid of his identity as a Grey Disciple and become a self-cultivator who could bully the Grey Disciples, Ju Xinyu had made a choice against his conscience. Deacon Zun groaned in anger. He had been living in the drain for the past few months, dragging out an ignoble existence. He had killed every self-cultivator who bullied the Grey Disciples to vent their anger. But in the end, he was betrayed by the Grey Disciples. Deacon Zun's heart sank. He roared. His anger had drowned out his reason. He wanted to rush up and question Ju Xinyu. He wanted to ask him why he had done this. He even wanted to dig out Ju Xinyu's heart to see what it tasted like. Was it emitting a disgusting stench of decay? However, Bai Liang had already made his move. A sword aura heavily slashed Deacon Zun's body. Deacon Zun screamed and was thrown out. He crashed into the door and smashed a big hole in it. His body smashed into the courtyard. Beast. Die. Bai Liang had already followed him out. Another sword aura slashed down. However, Deacon Zun was now a soul-devouring wolf. He was a third-rank demonic beast. It was just that he couldn't unleash the strength he had during the Jindan period. His speed and valiant physique were still there. Bai Liang's sword aura only left a bloody wound on his body. Although it was deep, it wasn't fatal. Deacon Zun howled and jumped into the drain. The moment he fell into the drain, he clearly heard the Grey Disciple Ju Xinyu yell, "Quick! He's gone into the drain. If he escapes, we won't be able to catch up with him." Why? Deacon Zun didn't understand. The bitterness of being betrayed swept over him. He thought that as a Grey Disciple, they should have a common enemy. However, in order to get rid of the identity of a Grey Disciple, Ju Xinyu actually used him as a stepping stone to become a cultivator. A crazy desire to kill surged in his heart. He wanted to taste Ju Xinyu's heart. However, he couldn't kill anyone. In front of Bai Liang, he had to escape. However, just as he fell into the drain, he felt dizzy. He had no strength. He didn't kill anyone last night, so he didn't eat the heart. Now that he was injured, he felt that he could no longer maintain his wolf form. The bones and muscles in his body began to twist. He couldn't run anymore. He turned back into a human. He knew that he was finished. Why? Why did this happen? Deacon Zun was not reconciled. Before he died, he tried his best to kill those cultivators who bullied the Grey disciples just so that they would suffer less in the future. He did so much for the Grey disciples to have a better life in the future. However, what did he get in return? He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. He killed those cultivators who bullied the weak. The Grey disciples should be grateful to him. Why did they betray him? Deacon Zun suddenly remembered what Ju Xinyu once said to him. I want to be a person who can bully others, not a person who is bullied. Deacon Zun revealed a bleak smile. Ju Xinyu seized the opportunity to betray Deacon Zun. In the future, he could fulfill his wish of becoming a cultivator who bullied others. However, with Ju Xinyu's talent, he couldn't go far on the road of cultivation. He couldn't bully cultivators who were more talented than him. It seemed that the only people he could bully were the Grey disciples. The Grey disciples got rid of their identity as Grey disciples and turned to bully other Grey disciples. Coldness filled his whole body. It seemed as if a thick layer of frost had formed on his heart. This world was so realistic. The so-called trust and justice were all a joke. When there was a brilliant road in front of him, those were not worth mentioning. I've been a Grey disciple all my life. I've pursued the immortal cultivation dream all my life. How could I forget that all Grey disciples live for the sake of not being a Grey disciple? Deacon Zun smiled bitterly and coughed up another pool of blood. The Grey disciples were used to being bullied. In order to not be bullied again, it seemed natural for them to do things that went against their conscience. Chase. Don't let that bastard escape. Deacon Zun heard footsteps and angry shouts of pursuit. He vaguely saw a person running to his side, squatting down, and then grabbing him. He wanted to push the person away, but he didn't have the strength to continue resisting. He knew that he was finished. The Grey disciples had already confessed that he was the murderer who killed everyone. Now that they saw him return to his human form, they would definitely capture him and bring him back. As a servant of the school, he had killed so many cultivators. He was afraid that his end would be quite miserable. What was more serious was that Xiao Hu, the proud son of heaven of Qingsong School, had also died in his hands. He was afraid that when the time came, even if he wanted to die, it would be an extravagant hope. Just die. I'll be free if I die. Deacon Zun's consciousness gradually blurred. A tear streaked across the corner of his eye. Chapter 95. It was like a dream. Deacon Zun hadn't slept for so long in a long time. He gradually regained consciousness. A wave of pain swept over him. His whole body felt like it was falling apart. His bones and internal organs were burning with pain. Deacon Zun opened his eyes and found himself lying on a thick bed. The top was covered with a black gauze curtain, and the quilt was very soft. He hadn't slept with a quilt for a long time. This long-awaited feeling made him very satisfied. However, he realized that something was wrong. He had been caught by the people of Qingsong School, but why was he in this strange room? Deacon Zun lifted the quilt and struggled to get up. He didn't know when he had put on his clothes. Ever since he became a soul-eating wolf, he almost never wore normal clothes again. At this moment, the door was pushed open and a person walked in. Great, you're awake. It was Mu Yu who came in. He saw Deacon Zun sitting up, and his expression relaxed slightly. It's you. Why are you here? Didn't they catch me? Deacon Zun looked at Mu Yu in surprise. Mu Yu smiled. Fortunately, I rescued you before they did. Otherwise, it's hard to say. Mu Yu came just in time. When Bai Liang and the others were about to catch Deacon Zun, he took him out of the saw first. After the spirit-gathering formation used by Deacon Zun to surround Mu Yu failed, Mu Yu immediately rushed to the school. He rushed directly into the Grey Disciples' courtyard and found the note in the saw under the courtyard. He knew that Deacon Zun was going to the Liu Yu sect's courtyard to kill people, so he immediately rushed to the Liu Yu sect's courtyard through the saw. He originally wanted to stop Deacon Zun from killing people again, but Deacon Zun's action failed and he was almost caught. If Mu Yu hadn't been fast enough, it would have been difficult for him to escape from Bai Liang with Deacon Zun. This is the Luo Chen sect. You're safe, Mu Yu said. Deacon Zun didn't speak. He looked haggard and was in a very low mood. He remembered what had happened to Ju Xinyu that night. Being betrayed by the Grey Disciples had cast a shadow over his heart. For the Grey Disciples, he endured unimaginable pain, living in the dark and rotting sores, waiting, but in the end, it was just a joke. He thought that although what he did was not great, at least he had a clear conscience. The betrayal of the Grey Disciple made him lose the will to live. Deacon Zun opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end, his lips wriggled and he only spat out 2 words, "Thank you. I want to thank you. Because of your spirit gathering formation, I've broken through to the Jindan period." Mu Yu grinned, and an aura of the Jindan period spread out from him. Cultivating in the spirit gathering array for a month was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 2 years. In addition to Mu Yu's outstanding talent, the spiritual energy provided by the purple gold spirit stone allowed Mu Yu to step into the Jindan period from the 5th firmament of foundation establishment. What? You've stepped into the Jindan period? Deacon Zun was shocked. Although he knew that the spirit gathering array formed by the purple gold spirit stone could provide a lot of spiritual energy, 1 month of cultivation was equivalent to 2 years of cultivation. Even Xiaohu, who was outstanding in Qingsong school, couldn't reach the Jindan period after cultivating for 2 years. Mu Yu could do this. Was his talent higher than Xiaohu's? Mu Yu's talent was higher than Xiaohu's. This was not only known to Deacon Zun, but also to the self-cultivators in the Moyun mountain range. He felt the aura of the Jindan period flowing around Mu Yu's body and believed most of it. He had stayed in the school for almost a lifetime and had seen people from various sects in the cultivation world. He had also served the elders and leaders of various sects during the Jindan period. Mu Yu's aura was exactly the same as those people's. But, this is too unbelievable, Deacon Zun couldn't help but say. I don't know how to explain this to you. Let's not talk about my talent. Anyway, I've already talked to senior brother and Shu and the others. From now on, you're a member of the Falling Dust sect. You're no longer a Grey disciple of the school. Mu Yu didn't explain his original talent. If his talent had been displayed on the spirit testing stone normally, it would have been the highest level of purple, which would have stunned everyone present. The Falling Dust sect never recruited random people, only those who deserved to be recruited. However, Deacon Zun had the ability to create a spirit gathering array to help Mu Yu break through to the Jindan period. This incredible method made everyone realize that Deacon Zun wasn't an unnecessary person. And Shu had also agreed. Everyone knew that with this ability, it wouldn't be a bad thing to keep Deacon Zun. What did you just say? Deacon Zun doubted his ears. You're no longer a Grey disciple of the school, but a member of the Falling Dust sect. Of course, I don't know if you're willing to come to our sect. In any case, the other sects look down on us. Mu Yu shrugged. The other sects looked down on the Falling Dust sect because they were too narrow-minded. The talent of all the disciples in his sect could crush anyone in the Moyun mountain range. Deacon Zun was stunned. Wasn't his wish for most of his life to get rid of his status as a Grey disciple and become a cultivator that everyone respected? He had worked hard all his life, thinking that he would never be able to embark on the path of immortal cultivation. But now, it had actually come true. Mu Yu continued, I told you long ago that I would help you leave the school and no longer make you a Grey disciple. As for whether you want to leave or stay, I won't force you. If you want to live a peaceful life again and spend your old age in peace, you can leave. If you're willing to stay, we welcome you. Deacon Zun gritted his teeth. He was still worried about one thing. Do the others in your sect agree? Do they know that I killed people? Do they know that I'm a soul-devouring wolf? I told them. And Shu told me that he has a way to help you suppress the wolf nature in your body. Actually, you can choose whether or not you want to transform into a wolf. As long as you suppress the wolf nature in your body, you won't be affected by the soul-devouring wolf and won't have the desire to kill. As for your killing, I hope you won't do it again. Our falling dust sect doesn't like to kill the innocent, Muyu said seriously. Deacon Zun smiled bitterly. After being betrayed by a Grey disciple, how could he help a Grey disciple kill someone again? The bloody incident in the school had made him understand one thing: some things couldn't be changed just because he wanted to. He had been killing the cultivators who had bullied the Grey disciples. What he was doing was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. In the end, he had almost harmed himself. Grey disciples were definitely pitiful in some ways, but some pitiful Grey disciples were also detestable. Can I see them? See Lord Fenghouchen? Deacon Zun asked. Hearing the name Fenghouchen, Muyu's face darkened. A few months had passed, and there was still no news of his master. He was very anxious, but being anxious was useless. The only thing he could be sure of was that the Qingsong Taoist hadn't captured his master, and the red-clothed youth hadn't succeeded either. This was good news among the bad news. Deacon Zun, you should recover first. I won't disturb your rest. I'll come find you later. Muyu stood up and smiled at Deacon Zun. I'm no longer a deacon of the school. My name is Zun Jingshou. You can just call me by my name in the future. Muyu thought for a moment. I'll call you Elder Zun from now on. After all, you're my elder. Calling you by your name is too abrupt. Elder Zun was a little touched. He had been a servant in the school all his life. Everyone called him Deacon Zun. Those who knew his name would also call him by his name. However, Muyu treated him like an elder. A cultivator from the Jindan period treated him like an elder, while he was only in the qi refining stage. This made him feel flattered. He didn't know how to treat this matter, so he could only say, "You can call me whatever you want." Muyu left Elder Zun's room and bumped into Chengyang. "He's awake?" Chengyang asked tiredly. It wasn't just him. Everyone's mental state was not very good in the past few months when their master was missing. Muyu nodded. "Senior brother, did the people from the Qingsong school and Zhouhua school come to trouble us?" Chengyang and Muyu walked outside together. He sighed and said, "How could they not come? They've come twice this month, and I've sent them away. Last time, I promised to give them an answer in 10 days. Calculating the time, they should be here in 3 days. This time, Muyu sneaked out and disappeared for a month. When he came back, he even brought a dying stranger with him." Even the good-tempered Chengyang scolded Muyu. However, seeing that Muyu disappeared for a month and came back as a cultivator from the Jindan period, and even found out that their master was not in Qingsong school, Chengyan's anger was diverted. "They, senior brother, you arranged for them to come together?" Muyu said in surprise. Chengyan's lips curled up slightly. "We can't join any alliance anyway. Let them come together. I want to see what will happen when the two of them meet. If a dog bites another dog, it will only make a mouthful of fur." Muyu snickered. "Senior brother, you've learned bad things. Let's take it one step at a time. According to the information you gathered, Master wasn't caught by the young man in red. Then it's very likely that the mysterious person behind Immortal Zhouhua kidnapped Master. I'm thinking of joining Zhouhua school and seeing if I can sneak into Zhouhua school to investigate." Muyu also had the same idea. Last time, he wanted to sneak into Zhouhua school, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the nascent soul stage array. If he joined Zhouhua school, he would be able to get in legitimately. Then, with Muyu's ability, he would have a chance to find out more about the situation. Now that Ling and Xiongnan have also entered the Jindan period, no one in our school is in the foundation establishment stage except for those two troublemakers and old Zun. Will they recruit us in the Jindan period? The cultivation method of cultivators in the Jindan period is fixed. They can't change their cultivation methods like those in the foundation establishment stage, Muyu said. They don't know that the three of you have entered the Jindan period. Chengyang blinked. The news that he had entered the Jindan period had spread, but the news that Muyu and the others had entered the Jindan period had not spread. Besides, even if they know that you are also in the Jindan period, they will probably try their best to win you over. Why would they reject you? A golden core stage cultivator at such a young age is no joke. Lanling and Xiongnan had also entered the Jindan period in the past month. They were originally in the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage, so it was not surprising that they had successfully broken through during this month's hard work. Mu Yu laughed. The dustfall mantra could hide one's cultivation level. In order not to attract too much attention, they tried their best to pretend to be cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. As long as they were careful, they did not have to worry about being discovered. Do you think that the people from the two sects will fight here? Mu Yu didn't like the people from the two sects. It would be good if both sides were injured. Chapter 96. Over the past few months, the atmosphere in Falling Dust Mountain had been gloomy, not only because the sect master had disappeared, but also because they had to taste Enshu's cooking every day. Enshu's cooking skills were a disaster in the cooking world. There was probably no one who could make simple stir-fried vegetables so disgusting. Everyone sat quietly at the table, no one wanting to be the first to eat. Every day, they had to muster up their courage to calm down before using their chopsticks with great willpower to pick up the food with trembling fingers, hold their breath, and swallow directly, not allowing the food to linger on the tip of the tongue for even a breath. In the end, they had to go against their conscience and say that it was delicious. Master is not here, my silly sister has starved and become thin. Kong Kong pinched Meow Meow's face, revealing a trace of distress. Brother Kong Kong, you're still growing. Hurry up and eat more. Meow Meow pushed a plate of charred meat in front of Kong Kong. Sister, brother's heart aches for you. Kong Kong pushed the plate back to Meow Meow. Brother, I know you love sister the most. Meow Meow pushed the plate back. Those who didn't know would think that these two little fellows loved each other and were very courteous, a pair of brothers and sisters with deep affection. However, those who knew the inside story understood that these two fellows were not so kind, and neither of them was willing to lose out. When Enshu went to the kitchen to serve the dishes, they began to compete. Greetings, sirs. Elder Zun walked in accompanied by Mu Yu. The aura of the Jindan period filled the hall, causing him to be extremely shocked. In his eyes, the cultivators of the Jindan period were all high and mighty. He had served many cultivators of the Jindan period before, most of them looked down on grey disciples, ordering them around and scolding them for the slightest disrespect. At this moment, other than the twins, everyone else in the room was of the Jindan period, and they were all so young. How could he not be in awe? Elder Zun is here? No need to be so polite, take a seat. Chengyang nodded kindly. Mu Yu had already informed everyone that Elder Zun had helped Mu Yu reach the Jindan period in a short period of time. This ability was acknowledged by everyone, and they all tacitly agreed that he would stay in the Falling Dust sect. Other things aside, since Elder Zun had helped Mu Yu, he could be considered a guest elder of the Falling Dust sect. No, there's no need. How could I be worthy? I'll wait for you outside. When old Zun thought about eating at the same table as a few cultivators from the Jindan period, he felt his mouth go dry. That was a real Jindan period. Right now, he was just an old man in the chi refining stage. The people here could easily deal with him with just a finger. How could he dare to be arrogant? He could only be submissive in front of a group of juniors. We're all on the same side, so why are there so many formalities? Sit, sit. Mu Yu pulled old Zun to sit beside the two idle kids. He also sat down beside them. Old Zun was very uncomfortable sitting there. Although the others didn't deliberately release their cultivation, they didn't hide it either. The pressure on him made him very nervous. Everyone in this room had the ability to kill him with a slap. Deacon Zun, oh no, Elder Zun, actually, we all know you. We've all been to the academy. I'm Lan Ling. I heard that you're very knowledgeable about formations. Can you teach me? We don't know anything about it. Lan Ling said happily. Feng Haochen never talked about formations with them. Everyone guessed that Feng Haochen didn't know about formations either, so he didn't teach them. Old Zun quickly nodded, but he was rendered speechless by the aura of the Jindan period. Lan Ling deliberately hid her own aura first, then kicked Xiong Nan. "You're so careless. Would it kill you to hide your Jindan period aura? You can't wait to let everyone know that you've reached the Jindan period, right? You're scaring everyone." Xiong Nan rubbed his foot in pain. "I didn't do it on purpose. Usually, Master, and Shu, and Senior Brother don't deliberately hide it either. Look at those two troublemakers. They're not affected either." Kong Kong suddenly covered his chest and rolled his eyes. "Oh, I can't take it anymore. Third Senior Brother's aura during the Jindan period is too strong. I'm going to faint." "Hey, Third Senior Brother, you've reached the Jindan period? When did you reach it? Why didn't you tell us?" Meow Meow tilted her head and asked. "Wait, he seemed to have said it a few days ago," Kong Kong said. No, he seemed to have said it a month ago." Meow Meow blinked. "He talks about it when he's sleep-talking at night. Ha ha ha." Kong Kong and Meow Meow laughed heartlessly. Xiong Nan glared at the two little guys. "You can't hear me when I'm sleep-talking." However, he still hid his aura. The others also tacitly did their best to hide their auras so that Old Zun wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. Thank you." Old Zun was touched. In order not to affect him, these Jindan period cultivators consciously suppressed their auras as low as possible. They didn't put on any airs, as if they treated him as one of their own. This feeling of being cared for made him feel very touched. When he was in the academy, he always received complaints, curses, and reprimands from other cultivators. No one had ever cared about the feelings of a grey disciple. Old Zun thought to himself. Everyone usually said that the Falling Dust sect was a sect at the bottom. Although they didn't have many people, every disciple had such a high cultivation level. They were already a terrifying existence in the entire cultivation world. How could this sect be so simple? Let's eat. And Shu expressionlessly carried a plate of blackened food to the table. It was unknown what it was made of, but it looked like a lump of meat. However, it was rare for it to be burnt to such an extent. He glanced at Old Zun and nodded, which could be considered a greeting. Everyone looked at the terrible food on the table in horror and exchanged glances. They all wanted to cry but had no tears. They really didn't have the mood to eat this kind of food that challenged their taste buds. Mu Yu also wanted to cry. He thought about going into the forest to hunt a few wild hares to satisfy his hunger. However, the wild animals in the back mountain were getting fewer and fewer. For a long time, the Falling Dust sect disciples went hunting in the back mountain, which seriously damaged the balance of the game. "Old Zun, do you know how to cook?" Kong Kong whispered to him. Old Zun was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded. Yes. From now on, I'll cook. I can do all the chores. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me." Old Zun knew that he didn't have the right to stay in a sect with so many geniuses. There was no legitimate reason for him to stay. It seemed that being a servant was the right thing to do. "No need. You just have to cook for us. We'll do everything else ourselves. Don't call us lords. Just call us by our names." Mu Yu stretched out his chopsticks and pulled a bunch of ugly-looking vegetables, trying to find a green one, but in the end, he gave up. Looking for green in the vegetables made by Uncle An is like picking a bone in an egg. The difficulty factor is a bit high. If Old Zun doesn't mind, you can help my little brother wash his sheets occasionally. He's still wetting the bed. Meow Meow said with a mischievous smile. "Bah, it's clearly you who peed, okay?" Kong Kong shouted in dissatisfaction. "You were the one who peed yesterday," Meow Meow retorted. The two of them started arguing again as if there was no one else around. It's okay. I'll wash it. Old Zun looked at the two children in surprise. He didn't understand who was older. Why was one calling the other the younger brother? You'll get used to them. Don't take their words to heart. Mu Yu recalled that when he first came here, he also didn't understand these two. They were always arguing about who was older and who was younger. Later on, he slowly got used to it. In any case, whoever was older and who was younger than him. Let them fight. After a disastrous meal, everyone left with gritted teeth. Mu Yu and Lan Ling stayed behind to clean up with Enshu. However, this job was taken over by Old Zun. He insisted on doing it, and the others didn't say anything. There are still some spirit stones left in the spirit gathering array. I brought back 20 of them. Old Zun, can you set up a spirit gathering array at Luo Chen Cliff? We often go there to cultivate. Mu Yu took out the purple gold spirit stones. Originally, there were more than 100 purple gold spirit stones. Unfortunately, they were all used up by Mu Yu. There were only 20 left. Mu Yu pried out the remaining purple gold spirit stones. Such precious treasures couldn't be wasted. It should be possible. However, the effect won't be that good. I'll go to Luo Chen Cliff to take a look. After Old Zun took care of the matter, he wiped his hands and dried the water on them. I'll go too. Master didn't teach us how to set up arrays. Maybe he's not familiar with this aspect. I'm also very interested in arrays. Lan Ling rubbed her palms and followed. Why are you joining in instead of cultivating? Mu Yu said lazily. It's none of your business. Lan Ling rolled her eyes at Mu Yu. Then, she eagerly asked, Old Zun, how do you know how to set up arrays? Old Zun smiled and said with a bit of sadness, I've always wanted to become a cultivator. However, fate didn't allow me to become a Grey disciple. Actually, being a Grey disciple also has its advantages. All day long, I was ordered around by those cultivators. As a coolie, sometimes I would come in contact with all kinds of books. My cultivation talent is not good, but I have the ability to remember everything I see. I'll remember every book I read. Then, I'll go back and copy it down and study it carefully. I'm the most thorough when it comes to arrays. In fact, I always feel that our cultivation world is enveloped by a huge array. However, I'm not sure about the specifics. You think? What do you mean by being enveloped by a huge array? Mu Yu asked in surprise. Old Zun revealed a troubled expression. It seemed that he didn't know how to explain all of this. He could only vaguely say, according to my speculation about arrays, the spiritual energy here seems to be suppressed by something. There's also an indescribable force supporting everyone. I used to suspect that the lack of nascent soul cultivators was due to the array. However, since there are 2 nascent soul cultivators, my guess might be wrong. Mu Yu's eyes widened. Old Zun was actually able to guess to this extent. Was this really something that a Grey disciple could realize? Old Zun's guess wasn't wrong. It was impossible for a nascent soul cultivator to appear in the Moyun mountain range. The Qingsong Taoist and Daoist Zhouhua both stepped into the nascent soul stage with the help of others. Old Zun was actually able to sense the existence of the heaven and earth array. This array was called the Immortal Confinement Prison. It locked up the entire Moyun mountain range. Even Mu Yu just found out about it not long ago. There were probably very few people in the Moyun mountain range who knew that they were trapped in a cage. Old Zun, a Qi refinement cultivator, was actually able to sense the Immortal Confinement Prison. It was really not simple. To be honest, I discovered that your Luo Chen sect, oh no, our Luo Chen sect also has an array. This array seems to be able to sense all movements in the entire mountain. I haven't studied the details yet, but the person who set up this array is really powerful. I think it should be your master, Lord Fenghouchen, right? Old Zun said. Lan Ling and Mu Yu looked at each other. They were a little confused. What array was there in the Luo Chen mountain? Why had they never heard their master talk about it? Master has never told us about the Luo Chen Mountains array. Master also didn't teach us about array knowledge. I don't think he studied array formations. Could you be mistaken? Mu Yu brought Old Zun to Luo Chen Cliff. Usually, everyone liked to cultivate at Luo Chen Cliff, so he planned to set up the spirit gathering array here. Old Zun had just stepped into Luo Chen Cliff when his body suddenly froze. He frowned. You're saying that Lord Fenghouchen has never studied array formations? Impossible. This Luochen Cliff is a spirit-gathering array. What? Luochen Cliff is a spirit-gathering array? Mu Yu and Lan Ling looked at each other. They didn't quite understand. They had cultivated here for so long and had never noticed any array formations. Their master had also never told them about the existence of array formations. But old Zun had discovered this array formation as soon as he came. What was going on? I'm not mistaken. The spirit chi at Luochen Cliff is denser than other places. Moreover, this spirit-gathering array is of a higher level than the one I set up. The person who set up the array formation probably didn't know any less about array formations than me. Didn't you notice it when you cultivated? Old Zun asked curiously. Chapter 97. Mu Yu had been cultivating on Luochen Mountain for 2 years, but he had never heard of a formation on Luochen Mountain. He also didn't know that Luochen Cliff was a spirit-gathering formation. Perhaps no one else knew about this. If that was the case, then the fast cultivation speed of every disciple of the Falling Dust sect could be explained. Although it had something to do with talent, no matter how high one's talent was, if the surrounding spiritual energy was too thin, the rate at which a cultivator could refine and convert it would slow down, and their cultivation would naturally not rise as quickly. Every disciple of the Luochen sect had the best talent. Coupled with a spirit-gathering formation, they could quickly raise their cultivation to the next level. This seemed to be Feng Haochen's intention, but why didn't he mention the formation? Elder Zun, look again. Where else are the formations set up? Mu Yu and Lan Ling were skeptical. The two of them took Elder Zun and flew all over Luochen Mountain, letting Elder Zun search for places with formations. The two of them didn't know anything about formations and couldn't tell if there was a formation or not. They couldn't be sure if Elder Zun was telling the truth. Elder Zun pointed out a total of 4 places to set up the spirit-gathering formation. The first was the Cliff of Falling Dust, which was also the place where everyone cultivated the most. The second was the open space where everyone usually practiced their swordsmanship. Feng Haochen often asked them to practice their swordsmanship there. The third was a rock halfway up the mountain, where everyone would sit and chat whenever they had nothing to do. The last was the waterfall at the foot of the mountain, where everyone cultivated the falling dust cultivation method. These 4 places could be said to be places that everyone usually went to, but Elder Zun had pointed them out. Mu Yu and Lan Ling began to believe Elder Zun's words because only they knew what these 4 places meant. Elder Zun had just arrived, so he couldn't know where everyone usually cultivated. They had brought Elder Zun to many places, but Elder Zun had only pointed out these 4 places. This couldn't be a coincidence. That means Master set up a spirit-gathering formation long ago to provide a good environment for us to cultivate and increase our cultivation speed. But Master didn't tell us about this and only told us to cultivate in these places. What's going on? Everyone usually followed their master's instructions and went to cultivate wherever they wanted. With Nshu's supervision, they didn't think too much about it and just thought that they were cultivating diligently. Now that Elder Zun had pointed this out, Mu Yu found it a little inconceivable. Their fast cultivation speed was actually aided by external forces. If news of this were to spread to the other sects in the cultivation world, the Falling Dust sect would have long become a possession of the other sects. Why did Master set up the spirit-gathering array behind our backs? Lan Ling had always thought that her master did not teach them formations because he was not familiar with formations. But in reality, her master's understanding of formations was quite profound. It was not that he was unfamiliar with them, but that he had hidden it deeply, just like how he had hidden his own past. Their previously amiable master seemed to have become more and more unfamiliar. Master knew each and every one of them like the back of his hand, but they didn't know the other side of Master at all. Mu Yu shook his head. It's not necessarily a formation set up by Master. Maybe Master just happened to discover the spirit-gathering formation hidden in this mountain, so he established a sect here. No, it can't be a coincidence. The spirit-gathering array needs to be repaired regularly, about once a month. It's impossible for someone who isn't familiar with formations to complete the maintenance. I feel that these formations haven't been repaired for at least 2 months. The spirit energy it gathers is a little unstable. Elder Zun moved a rock and looked at the situation under the rock. Then, he dug out a spirit stone that was completely depleted of spirit energy. 2 months ago just happened to be when Master went missing. Mu Yu no longer doubted Elder Zun's words. These 4 formations definitely had something to do with Master. Even now, Elder Zun still didn't know about Feng Haochen's disappearance. He guessed that the spirit gathering array's lack of maintenance coincided with Master's absence from Falling Dust Mountain. This also meant that Master was usually the one secretly maintaining the spirit gathering array. Master knew about formations, but for some reason, he didn't teach it to his disciples. Was he hiding it for himself? If Lanling and Mu Yu didn't know that Master wasn't the kind of person who would purposely hide things, they might have really thought so. Wasn't it better to teach something like formations to his disciples? Why did he have to hold back? Was there something he was worried about? Master secretly built a spirit gathering array for them to help them cultivate faster, but he didn't tell them about the existence of the spirit gathering array. This was really puzzling. Then, Elder Zun, can you repair and maintain it? Mu Yu asked. I'll give it a try first. It should be fine. Elder Zun walked back and forth on the rock halfway up the mountain. He moved a few stones here and there, brushed away a few blades of grass there. He looked at the sun again and determined the direction. Then, he walked 4 steps to the left and 8 steps back. His strange actions stunned Mu Yu and Lanling. This spirit gathering array uses ordinary spirit stones, and the method used to set it up is much better than mine. No wonder you guys didn't feel the difference between the spirit energy and other places. Only when you guys are cultivating and drawing in the spirit energy around you will the spirit energy from the spirit gathering array gather. Elder Zun dug out a few more spirit stones from the ground. These spirit stones were the size of a fist. It was really unexpected that they were usually buried in the ground, and Mu Yu and the others didn't notice them at all. Ordinary spirit stones aren't as useful as purple gold spirit stones, but with the help of this array, you can achieve twice the effect with half the effort. I roughly calculated that maintaining this array formation would cost 500 spirit stones per month. The array formation at Luo Chen Cliff is relatively large, so it requires 1,000 spirit stones. Luo Chen Mountain has 4 arrays, so it would cost 2,500 spirit stones per month. In other words, heavens! Elder Zun suddenly couldn't continue. The Luo Chen sect had always been known to be poor in the outside world. Thinking about it, how rich could a sect with only 4 or 5 disciples be? They didn't have a way to get spirit stones, so they were definitely poor. However, these spirit gathering arrays cost 2,500 spirit stones a month. Where did the poor Luo Chen sect get so many spirit stones? Spirit stones were the currency in the cultivation world. For an ordinary sect, it was already good enough to get 1,000 spirit stones a month. Every sect disciple had to contribute to the sect if they wanted to get spirit stones. Either they had to mine spirit stones themselves, or they had to hunt and trade spirit stones. Mining spirit stones was really too difficult. Some spirit stone mines didn't even produce 2,000 spirit stones a year. Moreover, the number of spirit stone mines was limited. The good ones were all controlled by the 2 big sects, Qingsong School and Jiuhua School. The other smaller sects only had small spirit stone mines, which weren't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Therefore, many people preferred to hunt demonic beasts in exchange for spirit stones. Although hunting demonic beasts was very risky, and one could become a demonic beast's picnic if they weren't careful, if they hunted a decent demonic beast, they could sell it for a good price. There was no need to doubt the benefits of spirit stones. The spirit energy contained in spirit stones could be directly absorbed by cultivators, but most cultivators wouldn't choose to absorb it directly. If you could absorb spirit energy from heaven and earth, why would you absorb it from spirit stones? Spirit stones could be used to trade for more materials to refine magic treasures and herbs. 2,500 spirit stones? Can you really take out that many spirit stones? Elder Zun was shocked beyond words. Spending 2,500 spirit stones a month? Even Chingsong School wasn't that extravagant. Although Chingsong School was extremely wealthy and its disciples didn't lack spirit stones for cultivation, the number of spirit stones they had was limited. Even a place as rich as Chingsong School couldn't afford to spend 2,000 spirit stones a month on its disciples. Mu Yu didn't expect that the place where he cultivated for so many years would have thousands of spirit stones hidden in it. As the beneficiaries, they didn't know about it at all. He was speechless. Mu Yu reached into the Chenkuan bag in his sleeve. He only had 3 ordinary spirit stones on him, so he was extremely poor. The others definitely didn't have more than 10 spirit stones on them. Master would often leave spirit stones in the hall for anyone who wanted to take them. But basically, no one would take them when they went down the mountain. They would hunt demonic beasts for spirit stones. It turned out that their master had always been a tycoon, and they were all second-generation rich kids. But they were so poor that they didn't even want to waste time on the disciples of the Falling Dust sect. Because they were too poor, the robbers felt that the gains didn't make up for the losses. Mu Yu glanced at Lan Ling. They immediately figured it out. Master used to be the famous sword Shadow Dust Wind in the cultivation world. He used to be so powerful, so he should have countless spirit stones on him, right? Unfortunately, Master had always been indifferent and didn't show off his wealth. If Elder Zun hadn't pointed it out, they probably would have overlooked this point. Master is so rich, but we're still so poor. I have to save up for a long time just to buy some skincare pills. Lan Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Girls all liked to look good, but she didn't dare to go to the city to buy expensive skincare products. Master spends 2,500 spirit stones a month on us. Isn't that enough? If he wants us to squander them, no matter how much money we have, we won't have enough. Mu Yu was very calm. No matter what Master did, he had his own intentions. Mu Yu never doubted his master. He never did things without thinking. Maybe Master is afraid that if he gives us all the spirit stones, we won't be able to make progress. It's even more likely that we'll be targeted by people with ulterior motives. When that happens, people like the red-robed youth will come knocking on our door more easily. Master had always kept a low profile. He didn't want to attract the attention of the outside world. This was also why he hid the spirit stones. It was also why he didn't teach others about array formations. Master didn't want to explain why he had so many spirit stones, nor did he want people to know about his past. Someone once asked, "What was your biggest wish when you were poor?" The answer was, "My biggest wish is that when I'm poor, my father will find me and tell me that he's actually a billionaire." All these years were just to train me. Mu Yu and the others were people who were being trained. Suddenly, happiness enveloped them. But a new problem arose. Where were they going to get the spirit stones to repair the spirit gathering array? Chapter 98. The 20 purple gold spirit stones that Mu Yu had brought back could finally be put to good use. Elder Zun had cleverly set up a formation within a formation and gathered all the spirit stones needed for the spirit gathering formation into a purple gold spirit stone. According to Elder Zun's estimation, this purple gold spirit stone could be used for at least a year. I have 20 purple gold spirit stones. Doesn't that mean I can use them for several years? Mu Yu exclaimed. He then remembered that he had used up all the other purple gold spirit stones and felt a little embarrassed. Elder Zun replaced the spirit stones that had turned into normal stones with purple gold spirit stones and stood up. He had been busy for the entire afternoon and had finally finished modifying the 4 formations. He said, "That's it for now. Give me a few more days and I can use 2 purple gold spirit stones to modify this spirit gathering formation. This way, the effects will be doubled." Then what did you say about our Luo Chen mountain having a mountain protecting formation? Lan Ling had been asking all sorts of questions the entire afternoon. Mu Yu had never known that she was so interested in formations. Elder Zun pondered for a moment and said, "The Luo Chen Mountains formation is very advanced. I've never seen it before. However, I speculate that this formation locks the spiritual energy from the outside world onto this mountain, making the spiritual energy on this mountain more concentrated. It's similar to a spirit gathering formation, but much more advanced. If you can control this formation, you can even observe the movements of everyone on this mountain. You can also use this formation to prevent outsiders from entering and use this formation to attack everyone on the mountain. It's that powerful. Mu Yu's mouth was wide open. Master had secretly set up such a powerful and secretive formation. Didn't that mean that anyone who slacked off during cultivation couldn't escape Master's eyes? Then doesn't this formation require even more spirit stones? Lan Ling also felt that it was inconceivable. A small place like this required 500 spirit stones. The Luo Chen Mountains formation was so big, so wouldn't it require 100,000 spirit stones? This formation is very strange. It doesn't seem to use spirit stones as the formation base. Instead, it seems to use something else as the formation base. It might be a magic treasure, but I'm not too sure. If it was set up by the sect master, his understanding of formations far surpasses mine. Elder Zun sighed. A magic treasure? What kind of magic treasure could support a protective mountain array? Elder Zun, I remember that Zhouhua School also has a mountain protecting formation. Could it be that they also have some powerful magical weapons? When Mu Yu had tried to sneak into the Zhouhua School, he had triggered the protective mountain array and had been discovered by someone, so he had no choice but to leave. Elder Zun shook his head. I've been to Zhouhua School a few times. That formation is just a simple warning formation. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities, and it can't gather spiritual energy either. When someone did not enter in the correct way, the alarm would be triggered. That array formation only costs a few hundred spirit stones a month. It doesn't need too much. It's the same as the array formations in every courtyard of the academy. Every courtyard in the academy was equipped with a formation, and one had to use a specific method to enter. Otherwise, it would emit a buzzing sound. The Falling Dust faction's side courtyard also had this array formation, so Mu Yu and the others knew how to enter. Mu Yu still wanted to ask something, but at this moment, Elder Zun suddenly gasped for breath. His entire body was trembling, and his face was filled with pain. Both of his hands were tightly clutching his chest. Elder Zun, what's wrong? Mu Yu hurriedly asked. Massacre, massacre, I haven't eaten for days. Elder Zun painfully twitched on the ground. His eyes were red, and the joints in his body were protruding out of shape. It was a little scary. The soul-devouring wolf in Elder Zun's body is acting up. Go find Enshu. He said that he has a way to suppress it. Mu Yu said to Lan Ling. Lan Ling nodded, and her figure flashed out. Not long after, she returned with Enshu. Enshu, what should we do? Mu Yu anxiously asked. For the past 2 days, he had been treating Elder Zun's injuries, removing the hidden injuries in his body. Because Elder Zun had consumed the soul-devouring wolf's demon spirit, his body was recovering very quickly. However, he still couldn't suppress the soul-devouring wolf's wolfish nature. Enshu expressionlessly took out a black stalk of grass, crushed it into powder, and stuffed it into Elder Zun's mouth. Mu Yu knew about this black stalk of grass. It's called wolf venom grass, and it's something that his master usually grows in his herb garden. His master would plant all kinds of herbs for them to bathe in. Normally, no one would care about these herbs. Wolf venom grass is the nemesis of wolf-type demon beasts. It can suppress the soul-devouring wolf's wolfish nature. The sect master has planted some, and from now on, he'll just have to consume 1 stalk every 7 days, Enshu calmly said. Elder Zun's face gradually relaxed, and his chest gradually stabilized. The red light in his eyes also dissipated. After a while, he sat up and said, Thank you, Lord, and the sect master didn't plant a lot of wolf venom grass. Mu Yu, think of a way to deal with it. Enshu meaningfully looked at Mu Yu, causing Mu Yu to feel uncomfortable. Enshu's words meant that he knew about Mu Yu's ability to control wood. I'll think of a way. Mu Yu embarrassedly smiled. He thought that only his master and senior brother knew about his ability. He didn't expect that Enshu had already known about it. Seeing that Elder Zun was fine, Enshu turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he stopped, turned around, and said, "Elder Zun, I agreed to let you stay because you've done Muyu a huge favor. However, I don't like what you've done in the past. So, take care of yourself." Elder Zun's face turned red and white. He sighed and said, "I'll remember." In fact, when Elder Zun was betrayed by the Grey disciples he trusted, he already knew how laughable his actions were. In order to let the Grey disciples of the Academy live a better life, he killed so many arrogant and domineering cultivators. However, in the end, he was betrayed. Now that Muyu had allowed him to stay in the Falling Dust sect, he had fulfilled his wish of joining a sect. What else could he not let go of? There's another reason. Muyu said that you've studied formations. Have you heard of the dragon-seeking formation? Anshu asked. Dragon-seeking formation? What are you looking for? Elder Zun's expression changed slightly. What's the dragon-seeking formation? Lan Ling asked curiously. The dragon-seeking formation is a formation set up. It can help you find what you want to find, including people, Elder Zun explained. Find people? Really? We're looking for a person right now, Muyu said impatiently. Elder Zun shook his head and said, I know how to set up the dragon-seeking formation, but the price is too high. I'm afraid I won't be able to gather the materials. Moreover, the formation guide of the dragon-seeking formation is too demanding. I don't recommend you use the dragon-seeking formation. A formation included the formation shape, the formation base, the formation core, and the formation guide. The shape of a formation determined the structure and size of a formation. This was not fixed. The formation eye was the core of a formation. Every formation had its own formation eye, which controlled the effect of the whole formation. One of the ways to break a formation, and also the most effective way, was to destroy the formation eye. The formation base provided spiritual energy support for the formation. Generally, spirit stones were used as the formation base, but some heavenly treasures could also be used as the formation base. However, the formation guide was not required for all formations. Only some powerful formations would use it. The formation guide could extend the effects of the formation outside of the formation and control a formation to be used in a very distant place. For example, the person inside the formation could attack the person outside the formation. Muyu had followed Elder Zun around for an entire afternoon and vaguely learned some general knowledge about formations. What does the dragon-seeking formation need as a formation guide? If you want to find something, you have to use the same kind of thing as the formation guide, Elder Zun said seriously. Old Zun said solemnly, in other words, if you want to find someone, you need someone to act as the array guide. The dragon-seeking formation is used outside the formation. Its range of effect is determined by the quality of the formation guide. If you want to find someone, then the person who is the formation guide needs to have a very strong willpower. Otherwise, you can only search a very narrow range, such as a radius of 1 mile. If that's the case, you might as well look for it yourself. I can be the formation guide, Anshu said. If the dragon-seeking formation is used to find someone, then the person who is the formation guide is very dangerous. The slightest mistake or disturbance will cause the formation guide to be destroyed. In other words, the person who is the formation guide will die and their soul will scatter. Elder Zun looked at Anshu seriously. Muyu and Lan Ling-er's expressions changed. Only Anshu was still expressionless. I'm willing to take this risk, Anshu said. Anshu was very strict with everyone. He had a strange temper and was not close to people. Only when he was facing the sect leader would he be slightly like a normal person. No one knew about Anshu's past. They only knew that Anshu had always been obedient and respectful to the sect leader. Ever since the sect leader went missing, he became even more taciturn. He stubbornly believed that the sect leader's disappearance was his fault. Elder Zun, how confident are you? Muyu asked. The materials for the dragon-seeking formation are very complicated. The formation foundation can't be spirit stones. There must be 5 things. 10,000-year evergreen wood, black sea ice, ancient spirit fire, meteoric iron, and frozen rock. Everyone knows that these 5 things are extraordinary. It said that the dragon-seeking formation was created by the 5 elements human, so the materials are inseparable from the 5 elements rare treasures, Elder Zun said. Mu Yu had never even heard of these 5 things, let alone seen them. Mu Yu didn't even know what 10,000-year evergreen wood was, let alone the others. How do we find these things? Lan Ling didn't understand at all. Elder Zun shook his head and said helplessly, I haven't seen them either. And Shu was silent for a long time. Then, he said, I have all the materials. You just need to help me set up the formation. What? You have all these materials? Elder Zun was in disbelief. He had only heard about the dragon-seeking formation from ancient books. He didn't know what these materials were, but Shu actually said that he had all of them. Was he joking? Don't worry about it. I will prepare all the materials for you. I will come find you in 2 days, Shu said succinctly. Then, he turned and left Luochen Cliff. Mu Yu felt strange. 10,000-year evergreen wood, black sea ice, ancient spirit fire, meteoric iron, and frozen rock. These things sounded very hard to get. How did Shu have them? Shu's origin was as mysterious as his master's. Everyone only knew that he was serious and loyal to the sect leader. Other than his terrible cooking skills, they didn't know much about him. Mu Yu helped Elder Zun to rest. He left the room with Lan Ling. However, he was thinking about the dragon-seeking formation. If this dragon-seeking formation could help find his master's whereabouts, he was willing to take the risk and become the formation guide. However, Shu definitely wouldn't agree. He was such a stubborn person. He would definitely do it himself. Linger, I didn't know you were so interested in formations. Mu Yu said casually. Interested your head? Lan Linger said for no reason. Mu Yu was a little confused. If you're not interested, why did you follow us around in the afternoon? Lan Linger snorted. It's all because of you. You casually brought someone back and wanted him to join our sect. Do you really think we will accept him? Mu Yu was stunned. He thought he had convinced everyone, but Lan Linger seemed to be worried about something. He killed so many people. Although those people went too far, they didn't deserve to die. I don't care about that. I'm mainly worried about the soul-devouring wolf in his body. I'm not worried that he will turn into a soul-devouring wolf and attack you or me. However, have you considered Kong Kong and Meow Meow, who don't know anything about the world? They don't have any cultivation. If Elder Zun loses control and attacks them, what will happen to them? Lan Linger asked. Mu Yu was speechless. He had indeed been too rash in doing this. He had not considered this point. Only he knew that Elder Zun wouldn't kill people indiscriminately even if he turned into a soul-devouring wolf. The others didn't know. They only temporarily agreed to Mu Yu's request because Elder Zun helped Mu Yu improve his cultivation. It didn't mean that they truly trusted Elder Zun. However, I don't think Elder Zun is a bad person. He used to be a deacon of the academy. He's humble, which is good. I followed you around in the afternoon just to understand him. I didn't expect to find a formation that even we didn't know about. He's really not simple. Lan Linger approved of Elder Zun staying. Master has too many secrets. He never told us, but we found out so much. I don't know if he'll be unhappy, Lan Linger continued. Chapter 99. Many sects in the world of cultivation had already been forced to make a choice and pledge their allegiance to either the Qingsong Alliance or the Johua Alliance. Only the most inconspicuous sect, the Falling Dust sect, had yet to make a decision. Logically speaking, a sect with less than 10 people was dispensable. Even if they chose to pledge their allegiance, it wouldn't be a big deal. What they wanted was the loyalty of a big sect like the Wuwen sect. However, the Qingsong school and the Johua school didn't let the Falling Dust sect go. When a person reached the foundation establishment stage at the age of 15, it could be considered unorthodox. However, reaching the Jindan period at the age of 20 wasn't something that could be explained by unorthodox methods. The genius of the Johua school, Zhu Wenxing, came to the appointment. After being rejected by Chengyang last time, he was slightly angry, but he didn't express it. According to Cheng Yang, he would come again in 10 days. When they landed on the empty ground halfway up the mountain, the people of the falling dust sect were already waiting there. And Shu was a man of few words, so Cheng Yang received him. Brother Cheng Yang, 10 days have passed. What's your decision? Zhu Wenxing cupped his hands. He brought 2 elders with him today, a man and a woman. The man had a sinister face and looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His head was bald and his beard was almost gone. His name was Daoist Qi Yang and his cultivation was at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. The woman looked to be in her 40s. She was the elder of the Chentian school, Reverend Bowa. Her cultivation was at the 1st level of the Golden Core stage and it seemed that she had already pledged her allegiance to the Zhohua school. When Cheng Yang saw Reverend Bowa, he smiled. The Reverend Bowa of the Chentian school has graced my humble abode. What a surprise! He had seen Reverend Bowa when he went to the Chentian school with his master to meet Boyang Daoren. Seeing Reverend Bowa here, he knew that the Chentian school had changed its name to Zhohua school. Chentian school is now working for Zhohua school. Why doesn't your falling dust sect know your place? At this moment, Cheng Yang was still restraining his aura, making him look ordinary. Reverend Bowa did not put Cheng Yang in her eyes at all. She was very dissatisfied with the relationship between her senior brother, Boyang Daoren, and the Luo Chen sect. She believed that it was her senior brother's lack of ambition that caused the Chentian school to stagnate. Now that she had joined Zhohua school, she was even more disdainful of the falling dust sect. Now that she was an elder of Zhohua school, what was a small sect to her? Qingsong Taoist and Zhohua Taoist think so highly of my small falling dust sect. I'm really flattered. To be honest, my disciples are divided. Some are willing to join Zhohua school, while others are willing to join Qingsong school. It would be great if my fellow Taoists from Zhohua school could persuade them. Cheng Yang glanced at Mu Yu and the others. Kong Kong and Miao Miao were sitting on a rock in the distance, munching on sunflower seeds. They were hugging some fruits in their arms as they pointed and whispered to each other. He did not know what they were talking about. Mu Yu sat next to them and interjected from time to time. Xiong Nan yawned and scratched his ear. And Shu had not been seen since yesterday. Lan Ling had something to do on the mountain just now. Persuasion. Easy. Will that do? Daoist 7 Birds, who was behind Zhu Wenxing, sneered and stepped forward. His cultivation at the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm suddenly condensed into a sharp aura that swept towards Cheng Yang. Zhu Wenxing had been rejected when he tried to persuade him last time. This time, he brought these 2 with him because he wanted to use force to subdue the falling dust sect. Therefore, Daoist 7 Birds did not hesitate to use force. Cheng Yang was still smiling faintly. His expression did not change. He only looked at Daoist 7 Birds patiently, as if he was curious about the meaning behind Daoist 7 Birds' words. He stood there quietly, not even ruffling the hem of his clothes. Daoist 7 Birds frowned. His aura at the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm was actually useless against Cheng Yang. His opponent stood there calmly. When his aura covered him, it was as if his aura had sunk into the ocean. This surprised him. He snorted coldly again and directed his aura towards the 4 people sitting on a rock and munching on sunflower seeds. If it was ineffective against Cheng Yang, those little brats would be scared shitless. The 4 of them continued to discuss heatedly in the distance as if there was no one else around. Mu Yu seemed to be carelessly grabbing Xiong Nan's empty hand, while Xiong Nan absent-mindedly placed his hand on Miao Miao's shoulder. Neither of them even bothered to lift their eyelids. When they were at the foundation establishment stage, and Shu had always used his aura during the Jindan period to intimidate them. Over time, they had gotten used to it. Now that the 2 of them had reached the Jindan period, how could this level of aura affect them? Daoist 7 Birds' expression changed slightly. He pursed his lips, his expression uncertain. Ordinary cultivators, even those at the foundation establishment stage, would tremble in fear under the aura of the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm, let alone those at the Qi refinement stage. However, these 4 youths were sitting there chatting and laughing without being affected. Was there something wrong? I didn't expect Senior 7 Birds to be here today. What a surprise. Junior Bai Liang greets you. A burst of hearty laughter came from the sky. Bai Liang's figure landed. The people from Chingsong School had also arrived. Senior 7 Birds, it's not proper for the strong to oppress the weak. Nephew Bai Liang, Chingsong School has mobilized a lot of people to catch the murderer. You've really surprised me by taking the time to come here. Daoist 7 Birds said with a fake smile. Little Tiger's death had caused a stir in the cultivation world. Everyone knew that Chingsong School was trying to catch the murderer. Senior, you must be joking. Our master loves talents and specially sent us here to form good karma with the Falling Dust sect so that in the future, we can help fight human, right? Bai Liang said with a smile. He wasn't angry at Daoist 7 Birds' mention of Little Tiger. Good karma. Brother Bai Liang, what do you mean? Zhu Wenxing asked. Someone walked out from behind Bai Liang. When this person appeared, Zhu Wenxing and the others were surprised. Even Cheng Yang was slightly taken aback. This person was the apple of the Chingsong Taoist's eye, Ching Mai. The people from Zhohua School naturally knew who she was. The moment Cheng Yang saw Ching Mai, he sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected to see Ching Mai here. Ever since the incident at Mount Fulong, no one knew what had happened between him and Ching Mai. Mu Yu guessed that he had heartlessly cut off this relationship. He could guess this from Cheng Yan's awkward expression. Little sister, I'll bet you a meal. There's something wrong between senior brother and that woman. Little brother, if you bet and choose meal with me, then I admit defeat. Kong Kong and Miao Miao sat at the side and discussed quietly. They tossed the shells of the sunflower seeds aside, picked up an apple, and ate it happily. Mu Yu saw Cheng Yang hesitating. He knew that the Chingsong School had sent Ching Mai here because they knew about the relationship between Ching Mai and Cheng Yang. Was the Chingsong Taoist really willing to use his daughter as a means to subdue the Luo Chen sect? The Chingsong School has used their trump card. They're trying to stir up trouble. I think Ching Mai is here to force senior brother to submit. Kong Kong, increase the stakes. I'll bet my meal as well. In reality, Mu Yu wasn't opposed to Cheng Yang and Ching Mai being together. However, the red-clothed young man behind the Chingsong Taoist had ill intentions. The Chingsong Taoist was already under his control, so he didn't want his master to be targeted by the red-clothed young man. I've already told my father about our relationship. He also knows about your cultivation and agrees to us being together. As long as your master agrees, no one can stop us, Ching Mai said softly. Her eyes were like water as she looked at Cheng Yang calmly. Perhaps Cheng Yang was too cruel that day, but she couldn't bear to part with him. Cheng Yang was startled and turned his face away. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to talk about this. His master was already gone, and the red-clothed young man was glaring at them from behind. If he agreed, he might harm the two of them. So senior brother's heart already belongs to someone. What a pity. I was still thinking of marrying senior brother when I grew up. Miao Miao shook her head regretfully. Mu Yu was speechless. This girl didn't know anything and was thinking about such nonsense. However, when he thought of his unclear feelings for Lan Ling he realized that he didn't seem to know much more than Miao Miao. The fight hasn't started yet. That's great. I'm not late. Lan Ling's figure suddenly landed beside Mu Yu. She patted Mu Yu and Xiong Nan's shoulders and said with great interest. Mu Yu smiled bitterly. Lan Ling often liked to scare him, and he was used to it. Looking at the relationship between Cheng Yang and Ching Mai, he thought of his feelings for Lan Ling. He was originally quite depressed and wanted to say something nice to Lan Ling, but the first thing he said was, "Why are you always so impetuous? Can't you be more ladylike?" He just couldn't change his bad habit of bickering with Lan Ling. When I'm ladylike, I'm even afraid of myself. Forget it. Lan Ling stretched her hand forward and took an apple from Kong Kong. Although Chingsong School and Zhohua School had already forced their way to their door, they weren't worried about this. No matter which sect they joined, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Now that they had the ability to protect themselves in the Moyun mountain range, It was too difficult for those two sects to really make them submit. This group of onlookers just wanted to see how Qingsong School and Zhohua School would go head-to-head. Daoist Chengyang, your talent is outstanding and your aptitude is extraordinary. My master knows about your relationship with junior sister and greatly approves of the two of you being together. If the two of you get married, won't you become in-laws in the future? Bai Liang said with a smile. Brother Bai Liang, I'm afraid it's not very appropriate for you to force Daoist Qingsong to do this, right? Zhu Wenxing's expression was a little ugly. He had also come under the orders of perfected Zhohua to recruit the disciples of the Dustfall sect. He had never understood why his master valued the people of the Dustfall sect so much and even ordered them to be brought back. Having Daoist Seven Birds and Reverend Bower come together was to use both the carrot and the stick to intimidate the other party. Zhu Wenxing hadn't expected Bai Liang to come today. Moreover, Qing Mai seemed to have an unusual relationship with Chengyang, which really infuriated him. The fact that the Qingsong Taoist was willing to use his daughter as a bargaining chip to recruit the Dustfall sect was enough to show how much importance the Qingsong Taoist attached to the Dustfall sect. What was so special about the Dustfall sect that two nascent soul cultivators were fighting over? What's wrong with a talented man and a beautiful woman? Bai Liang said with a smile, then turned to Chengyang. Brother Chengyang, what do you think? Chapter 100. Zhu Wenxing put away his fake smile and glared at Chengyang. Now that the world situation is settled, I've already given you a lot of face by tolerating you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Brother Chengyang, junior sister is deeply in love with you. If you join Qingsong School, you'll definitely have a bright future. My master, the Qingsong Taoist, will naturally think more highly of you. If you have any other concerns, feel free to tell me. If I can do it, I'll do my best. Bai Liang was different from Zhu Wenxing. Before he came, the Qingsong Taoist had instructed him to bring the disciples of the Falling Dust sect back. Although he didn't understand his master's intentions, he still did as he was told. Chengyang shook his head. No matter what choice I make, I'll definitely offend the other side. My master has been in seclusion for many days and has temporarily handed over the sect to me. Naturally, I have to think for junior brother and junior sister. I don't want my junior brother and junior sister to be targeted by others. That's not something I want to see. Then Brother Chengyang, what do you mean? Bai Liang asked. Between Qingsong School and Zhohua School, which is stronger and which is weaker? I still can't tell. Why don't you just tell me so that we can dispel this concern? Mu Yu walked over and said with a smile. Impudent. Ignorant brat, this is no place for you to speak. Daoist Seven Birds didn't recognize Mu Yu and thought that Mu Yu was just a chi-refining rookie, so he berated him. Mu Yu didn't think much of it. Why can't I speak for my sect? Your sect. Ph. Soon this will be our territory. Daoist Seven Birds narrowed his eyes darkly. So that means your Zhohua School is stronger than Qingsong School? Mu Yu asked, feigning ignorance. Do you still need me to explain such an obvious reason? Zhu Wenxing's mouth revealed a trace of mockery as he glanced at Bai Liang. Bai Liang knew that Mu Yu was trying to sow discord between the two schools. However, if he didn't fight at this time, it would encourage Zhu Wenxing's arrogance and damage the reputation of Qingsong School. Therefore, he said, Qingsong School used to be the head of the cultivation world, and it will be in the future. Qingsong Taoist's most beloved disciple has been killed, and the murderer still hasn't been caught after so many days. The Qingsong Taoist's position as the world's chief is truly worthy of his name. Zhu Wenxing opened his fan and gently fanned himself with a mocking expression. Bai Liang said with a smile, could it be that Zhenren Zhohua has also caught the murderer of his disciples? My master is very busy every day. How could he have the time to care about the affairs of the younger generation? Zhu Wenxing said. It turns out that Zhenren Zhohua's attitude towards his disciples is so careless. This is really disappointing, Bai Liang said. I'm afraid that the lives of my junior brothers from Zhouhua School are not as important as Xiaohu's life, right? Zhu Wenxing sneered. Idiot. My Qingsong school treats all disciples equally. Therefore, Xiaohu's life is the same as the lives of all Qingsong school's disciples. If anyone harms my Qingsong school's disciples, I will investigate to the end. If you think that the lives of your junior brothers are not as important as Xiaohu's, then are they not as important as all the disciples of my Qingsong school? Is there a need to continue talking about who is stronger and who is weaker? Bai Liang spoke in an orderly manner. There was naturally a reason why he was called the leader of the younger generation in the cultivation world. Zhu Wenxing was annoyed. In terms of cultivation talent, he was slightly inferior to Bai Liang. In terms of eloquence, he was not as good as Bai Liang. I wonder if brother Chengyang and little brother Mu Yu have already figured it out? Bai Liang asked gently. Chengyang and Mu Yu looked at each other. In fact, they were planning to join Zhouhua School because Mu Yu wanted to sneak into the Zhouhua School to find his master's whereabouts. However, the people of Zhouhua School were much inferior to those of Qingsong School. Chengyang helplessly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness. We don't want to join any school." Anshu's figure slowly appeared beside Chengyang, interrupting him. Chengyang looked at Anshu in confusion. Anshu's gaze revealed a hint of determination. Mu Yu was also confused. Anshu had disappeared yesterday and he didn't know where he came from today. When everyone was discussing this, he had also agreed to join Zhouhua School. So why did he change his mind at the last minute? Are you really going to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit? Zhu Wenxing's eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. You can try. Anshu's face was expressionless. His meaning was written in his eyes. Bai Liang, the falling dust sect doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Does your school want to take action? Zhu Wenxing looked at Bai Liang. Brother Chengyang, is this what you want as well? Bai Liang stopped smiling. Chengyang glanced at Qingmai and felt a sense of loss. Anshu's decision was more important than his, so he could only nod. Bai Liang's face revealed a hint of regret. I tolerated you guys for junior sister's sake. Junior sister begged me not to do anything to you guys. I also wanted to fulfill her wish and help you guys. But since you guys don't appreciate it, then Qingsong School won't interfere in this matter. Your Zhouhua School can do as you see fit. Senior brother. Qingmai was anxious. Previously, she had hoped that the Falling Dust sect could peacefully merge with the Pine Tree sect. That way, the matter between her and Cheng Yang would be a matter of course. However, she had not expected things to develop like this. Junior sister, I've already done my best. You should give up. Bai Liang pulled Qingmai to the side. That's good. Last month, I used my iron fist to subdue half of the sects. Some would rather die than submit, so I forcefully subdued them. As expected, you guys are going to use force today. Zhu Wenxing gazed at the members of the Dustfall sect. He hated wasting his breath with others, and if it wasn't for Adept Zhouhua's orders, he would have attacked a long time ago. However, it still wasn't too late. All of you, come out. Zhu Wenxing waved his hand. Rays of light streaked across the sky. Suddenly, 30 figures appeared. These 30 people all flew on their swords. The spiritual power on their bodies was dense. They were all Jindan period cultivators. He had only seen so many Golden Core realm cultivators when the Pine Tree sect gathered. However, these people were all unfamiliar faces. They were undoubtedly the elders of the Zhouhua sect who had been hiding for a long time. Who would have thought that Zhouhua School would be so bold? They came prepared. These 30 people plus Zhu Wenxing and the other two made a total of 33 Jindan period cultivators gathered in one sect. It was already rare for a normal sect to have 10 Jindan period cultivators. But in front of 33 people, which sect dared to resist? An enormous pressure spread out, enveloping everyone. 33 Jindan period cultivators appeared at the same time. Majestic waves of spiritual energy crashed into the Falling Dust sect's mountain gate like stormy waves. Everyone had already taken out their magical weapons. They were just waiting for Zhu Wenxing's order to unleash their attacks on every falling dust sect disciple. You guys really won't surrender? Zhu Wenxing asked again. We just want to stay out of this. Cheng Yang and Enshu were still looking at Zhu Wenxing. Mu Yu, Lan Ling and Xiong Nan stood up. Their courage was commendable, seeing so many Jindan period cultivators without any change in expression. As for the two troublemakers, they had long since disappeared when they saw that the situation was bad. You should remember Boyang Daoren from Qiantian School, right? I heard that he's on good terms with your falling dust sect. Bring him here. Zhu Wenxing scolded. An old man with messy hair was thrown at Zhu Wenxing's feet. His entire body was stained with blood, and there were several shocking wounds on his face. His clothes were tattered, and his aura was weak. He had suffered a great deal of torture. This person was Boyang Daoren from Qiantian School. The most shocking thing was that Boyang Daoren's left arm had been chopped off at the shoulder. The wound hadn't healed yet and the snow-white bone was still visible. As the head of Qiantian School, he had ended up like this. He wanted to stay out of this, so he ended up like this. I chopped off his arm to teach him a lesson. Zhu Wenxing stepped on Boyang Daoren's chest, causing Boyang Daoren to spit out another mouthful of blood. His expression was sorrowful. He didn't want to care about who the Qiantian School belonged to anymore. He just wanted to protect the ancestral hall of his ancestors. He didn't expect Zhu Wenxing to be so vicious as to raise the ancestral hall of the Qiantian School to the ground. Zhu Wenxing even humiliated and tortured the head of the Qiantian School in every possible way in front of the Qiantian School's disciples. He even chopped off his left arm as a warning to others. When the Qiantian School's disciples saw that their head was in such a miserable state, how could they still have the will to resist? Bastard! Mu Yu looked at Boyang Daoren. The thin old man from the past was now in such a miserable state. When all the other sects were avoiding the falling dust sect, Boyang Daoren was the only one who walked over. He had ended up in this state because he refused to submit to the Zhouhua school. Unfortunately, he wasn't a match for the colossus that was the Zhouhua school and had been tortured to this state. Reverend Bowa, can you really watch your senior brother Boyang Daoren get trampled on like this? Mu Yu looked at Reverend Bowa, who was behind Zhu Wenxing, in a low voice. Reverend Bowa's gaze lingered on Boyang Daoren for a moment before she looked away. She said coldly, I'm a member of the Zhouhua school. I won't object to young Master Wenxing's actions. Since ancient times, the winner takes all. Senior brother didn't know how to appreciate favors, so he only has himself to blame. Young master? Haha, how awe-inspiring. I respectfully addressed you as Reverend Bowa because of Boyang Daoren, but now you've betrayed your master and ancestors. You've even disregarded your relationship with your sect for the sake of sucking up to others. How shameless. You shameless old nun, Mu Yu scolded. Bastard brat, I don't need you to comment on how I do things. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Reverend Bowa's sword flashed and stabbed at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's gaze turned cold. He released his cultivation during the Jindan period without holding back. His shadow clone sword appeared with a flash of green light. He stabbed out and scattered Reverend Bowa's flying sword. Then, he slapped her face and kicked her away. First firmament of golden core against first firmament of golden core. Mu Yu won completely. Reverend Bowa was sent flying. She was too careless, thinking that Mu Yu was only at the chi refining stage. She didn't expect him to be hiding his true strength. Mu Yu didn't show any mercy and defeated her in one move. He even slapped Reverend Bowa heavily. This was a great humiliation to Reverend Bowa. You're a shameless person who betrays your master and ancestors. This slap is a lesson I'm teaching you on behalf of Senior Boyang. Mu Yu's voice was very cold. He looked at Boyang Daoren who was being stepped on by Zhu Wenxing and felt a burst of anger. He hated people who betrayed their master and ancestors and forgot their roots. Bastard, you're asking for death. Reverend Bowa was shocked and angry at the same time. Just as she was about to move forward on her sword, 5 auras that were no weaker than her own rose to the sky and forced her to stop. She froze on the spot as if she was struck by lightning. Enshu, Chengyang, Xiongnan, Lanling and Mu Yu. The auras of the 5 Jindan period cultivators surrounded them. The majestic aura was even stronger than that of the 33 Jindan period cultivators. It shocked everyone present for a moment. None of them expected that there would be 5 Jindan period cultivators in a sect that had always been looked down upon. Not to mention that 4 of them were so young. You didn't bring enough people today. Enshu's eyes were like torches. His aura was the strongest, like the sun in the sky, making everyone's heart palpitate. They had only seen this kind of aura on 2 people before. They were the Green Pine Daoist and the Johua Immortal, who had once ruled the world with their hands and kept their word. Chapter 101. Golden Core 9th Firmament. Enshu was actually at the Golden Core 9th Firmament. The other Jindan period cultivators were all shocked. Although the Jindan period cultivators appeared to be awe-inspiring, in reality, only Daoist 7 Birds, who was at the Golden Core 5th Firmament, was the strongest. Usually, when they faced Daoist 7 Birds in Johua School, they didn't dare to overstep their bounds. It was obvious how great the difference in strength was between the Jindan period and the Golden Core 9th Firmament. Perfected Johua, who was once at the Golden Core 9th Firmament, was already worthy of their admiration, not to mention the Qingsong Taoist, who was also at the Golden Core 9th Firmament and slightly stronger. The Qingsong Taoist and Perfected Johua were both at the Golden Core 9th Firmament and looked down on the entire cultivation world. Apart from them, no one else had ever reached the Golden Core 9th Firmament. However, they never imagined that the Falling Dust sect, which was usually ridiculed by others, actually had a Golden Core 9th Firmament cultivator. How was this possible? Feng Haochen usually went out with the cultivation of an ordinary Jindan period cultivator, so no one took him seriously. But how did his sect have someone who could look down on the former Qingsong Taoist and Perfected Johua? How can you be at the Golden Core 9th Firmament? Zhu Wenxing took a step back in shock. As Perfected Johua's favorite disciple, he naturally knew the aura of a Golden Core 9th Firmament cultivator. There was no way he would be mistaken about this. He had followed Perfected Johua for so many years and had always been intimidated by this aura. When Enshu revealed his cultivation, he immediately knew who he had offended. He vaguely understood why his master had sent him to take over the Falling Dust sect. Enshu stood there alone with a cold expression. He had never shown any emotion on his face before. If he did, it would only soften in front of Feng Haochen. Therefore, when he took a step forward with a murderous look on his face, all the disciples of the Falling Dust sect knew that Enshu was serious. Mu Yu had never sensed Enshu's true cultivation level. Usually, Enshu's aura would never be so overbearing. According to Mu Yu's estimation, his master was only at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of Jindan realm, and Enshu's aura was usually not higher than his master's. Mu Yu also thought that Enshu's cultivation was only at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer. No wonder. So master already knew that the Falling Dust sect wasn't simple. Bai Liang was also shocked. So this was what his master meant when he told him not to get into a conflict with the Falling Dust sect. Now that both the Qingsong Taoist and Perfected Johua had entered the nascent soul stage, and neither sect had a 9th heavenly layer Jindan realm cultivator. If Enshu could submit, it would be a great help to any sect. It would be equivalent to the Qingsong Taoist and Perfected Johua of the past. Everyone was stunned by Enshu's 9th heavenly layer Jindan realm cultivation. Enshu wasn't the only one who was stunned. The 4 young disciples of the Falling Dust sect were also stunned. They had reached the Jindan realm at such a young age. With such talent, if they were given another 10 years to cultivate, wouldn't it only be a matter of time before they surpassed the Qingsong Taoist and Perfected Johua? Do you want to fight or get lost? Enshu's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Fight! Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Enshu. The Qingsong Taoist and Perfected Johua were once revered for a reason, not to mention the 4 Jindan period disciples. Everyone revealed a strange expression as they looked at Zhu Wenxing, waiting for him to make a decision. I've really underestimated your falling dust sect. If it were in the past, I might have been a little afraid. But now that my master has reached the nascent soul stage, so what if you have the strength of a 9th heavenly layer Jindan realm cultivator? Zhu Wenxing harumphed coldly. He knew he'd kicked an iron plate today. Perhaps perfected Zhou would have to personally take over the falling dust sect. Then let your master come personally. As for you, you're not worthy of making a fuss here. And Shu's voice was always so cold, but it sounded so lofty and unapproachable in everyone's ears. You. Zhu Wenxing's eyes flickered. Daoist 7 Birds sneered, I've been in the cultivation world for so many years, but I've never heard of anyone with the strength of a 9th heavenly layer Jindan realm cultivator. If you were really so powerful, you would have become a formidable figure in the cultivation world long ago. But you're willing to hide in the falling dust sect. You must have some hidden reason, right? Or perhaps you're just bluffing. I'd like to personally experience your strength. Everyone nodded slightly at his words. Why would a 9th heavenly layer Jindan realm cultivator be so willing to stay in a rundown sect? In the past, he should have been on equal footing with the Qingsong Taoist and perfected Zhou, but he'd always been in seclusion. There must have been some hidden reason. Perhaps his imposing manner was just for show. He didn't dare to challenge the Qingsong Taoist and perfected Zhou. And Shu, I'll take him on, said Cheng Yang. He wasn't surprised to see Shu's strength. He'd long since known Shu's true level of cultivation. Mu Yu, go, said Shu unexpectedly. Hey, why me? Mu Yu's eyes widened. He was only a 1st heavenly layer Jindan realm rookie. How could he beat Daoist 7 Birds, a 5th heavenly layer Jindan realm cultivator? He'd originally wanted to see Shu or Chengyan's true strength, but he hadn't expected Shu to push him forward. I still don't know your exact situation after you returned to the mountain. The falling dust swordplay is unparalleled in the world. If you can't even beat a puny 5th heavenly layer Jindan realm cultivator, I'll personally cook every meal for you to nourish your body. Shu looked at Mu Yu meaningfully. Holy shit. Nourish my body? Mu Yu shivered. This threat was really fatal. Mu Yu and the others didn't know that the 9 forms of the falling dust swordplay was originally known as the 9 heavenly sword guides. Their master, Feng Haochen, also known as Sword Shadow Chen Feng, had become famous in the cultivation world because of this swordplay. In a remote place like the Moyun mountain range, a 5th heavenly layer Jindan realm cultivator wasn't even worth mentioning in Shu's eyes. Mu Yu, come on. Pluck out that bald guy's eyebrows and Shu won't have to nourish your body. Pluck out a few strands of his sloppy beard. Be a true bald guy. Kong Kong and Meow Meow were sitting on the rock again. This time, they were peeling bananas and cheering as if no one was around. It turned out that they weren't afraid of running away just now. They'd run out of fruits and melon seeds and were going back to replenish their supplies. Hey, stinky old man, I and Shu don't need to do anything to deal with you. I'm the weakest here. Talk if you can beat me. Mu Yu's feet moved lightly as he became spirited. He had never fought with anyone from the Jindan period. Compared to Shu's threat, he was more willing to face Daoist 7 Birds, who was at the 5th heavenly layer Jindan realm. Shu's so-called nourishment was no joke. Daoist 7 Birds' face turned ashen when he heard the 2 troublemakers' words. When he saw that it was only Mu Yu walking out, he was instantly enraged. He was actually being mocked by a few brats. Ignorant brat, do you really think that you can be so arrogant in the Jindan period? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A large black fan appeared in Daoist 7 Birds' hand. There were 7 birds drawn on it. This fan was called the 7 Birds fan. It was the magic treasure that made Daoist 7 Birds famous. A fan could fly 7 birds, named Phoenix, Roc, Blue Luan, Peacock, White Crane, Swan, and Owl. Daoist 7 Birds' cultivation technique wasn't taught by the Zhouhua school. He was an elder under perfected Zhouhua's command. In his early years, he had made a name for himself in the cultivation world with the 7 Birds fan. White Crane spreads its wings. Daoist 7 Birds waved the fan in his hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from all directions, and the surrounding spiritual energy madly rushed towards his fan. A white crane shadow flew out from the fan, and a series of sharp cries rang out as it swiftly attacked Mu Yu. "Why is this name so tacky?" Mu Yu muttered as he struck out with his shadow-cloned sword. Green light shone brightly as sword chi swept out. His entire body met the illusory crane shadow head-on. Ding! The crane shadow was shattered by Mu Yu's shadow-cloned sword. However, the crane shadows drilled out of the fragments, transforming into thousands of tiny white cranes. They rushed forward and enveloped Mu Yu. Then, the thousands of crane shadows flapped their wings in unison. Countless wind blades flashed out from the thousands of crane shadows, attempting to crush Mu Yu from all directions. Falling shadow vanishing. The eighth move of the Dustfall sword art, falling shadow vanishing. 10,000 shadows converged into one, leaving no shadow behind. Facing Daoist Seven Birds, who was at the fifth firmament of the Golden Core realm, Mu Yu didn't dare to be careless. Suddenly, 4 shadow swords appeared in his hand. Each of the shadow swords soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of shadow swords spread out with Mu Yu as the center. Like a gust of wind, all of the shadow swords were blown away. However, Daoist Seven Birds waved his fan again, and a shadow enveloped Mu Yu's head. Mu Yu felt a wave of pressure on his body, as though a cauldron had smashed down on him. He tapped his foot on the ground and quickly moved away. However, the shadow of a wing still swept his shoulder and sent him flying. Great rock spreading wings. "Die, kid!" Daoist Seven Birds roared. The shadow that blotted out the sky was actually a great rock. It was 100 meters long and nearly surrounded the empty space halfway up the mountain. Such a huge wing shadow caused everyone to retreat, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying wing shadow. Great rock spreading wings. Is the phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens next? Can't you be a little more creative? Mu Yu retreated more than 30 meters in the air before forcibly coming to a stop. His shoulder was burning with pain, as though it was about to break. His spiritual energy surged, stabilizing his injury in time. However, Daoist Seven Birds didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. The great rock charged at Mu Yu again, stirring up strong winds and sending sand and stones flying. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu continued to retreat. The tips of the flying swords in his hand were pressed against each other. Waves of energy were transmitted from the tip of the swords into each sword. The shadow swords couldn't stop trembling. The surrounding spiritual energy also began to become chaotic. The second style of the Dustfall swordplay, Dustfall. Gathering chi to break spirit, chi to dust. A green light shot up from the tip of the sword, piercing through the great rock's welcome and creating a huge hole in its wing. Mu Yu flew up through the hole in the wing. Meanwhile, the great rock lost control and fell heavily to the ground, disappearing without a trace. Dust flew everywhere as a deafening boom shook the heavens. Mu Yu's gaze sharpened. He instantly closed the distance between him and Daoist Seven Birds. The green sword chi pierced straight for Daoist Seven Birds' heart. Daoist Seven Birds blocked in front of his chest with his black fan. Mu Yu's shadow swords collided with it, causing a series of explosions. Both Daoist Seven Birds and Mu Yu retreated. How is this old guy so powerful? Mu Yu rubbed his shoulder that had been swept by the great rock. The numbness gradually disappeared. A person in the 5th firmament of the Golden Core realm really couldn't be underestimated, and Shu had asked Mu Yu to fight against someone in this realm. It was still a bit difficult for him, and Mu Yu had suffered a bit. While Mu Yu was complaining about Shu, Daoist Seven Birds was greatly shocked. This young man was only in the 1st firmament of the Golden Core realm, but he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Wouldn't it be a matter of time before he couldn't even defeat him? If this kind of person couldn't be subdued, then he would destroy him. Daoist Seven Birds had a fierce look on his face. He had already raised the Seven Birds fan in his hand. Everyone present was in the Jindan period. Apart from the 2 from Chingsong School, everyone else was in awe of him. If he couldn't take down this young man, then he would become a huge joke if word got out. Mu Yu, It seems like you need an shu to nourish your body. Yes, yes. You can defeat this baldy with a big nourishment. The two troublemakers, Kong Kong and Meow Meow, threw away their banana peels and shouted as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.